セルマさんが全体の指揮を取り、俺がサポートする感じでした。
おかげで随分と助かった。さすがと言わざるを得んな。なんかずっと前からオルンさんを知ってたみたい。なんだソフィア、オルンのことを知らないのか？もしかして有名な人？当然だ。オルンは勇者パーティーの一人なんだぞ。
かしこまらなくていいよ。それに今の俺は勇者じゃないからね。
勇者じゃない？まさかパーティーを抜けたのか？
ええ、昨日抜けました。
お前ほどの人物を手放すなんて。
事情がありまして、お互い納得していることです。
そうか。オルンは今フリーってことだな。
まあそうですね。野天の銀都に勧誘する気か？
もし予定が空いているなら。
ちょっと、いえ、しばらくクランや特定のパーティーには所属したくなくて。
何か勘違いしてないか？お前にぴったりの依頼だよ。
依頼って？
あさってからうちのクランで行う共同探索に同行してほしい。報酬も出す。
共同探索？
言葉通り教え導くだ。一種の実地訓練と思ってもらっていい？
それに参加するんですか？俺が？
新人探索者を A ランク以上のベテラン数人が率いて3日間で南の大迷宮を第51層まで下る。
3日？どんなに優秀な新人でも半年から1年はかかるはず。かなり無茶なスケジュールですね。
確かに無茶だが、最短の道をたどれば不可能ではない。
しかし
それにスポンサーの肝入りでな。
予天の銀貨もいろいろ振り回されているんですね。でもここまで無茶な計画ならスポンサー相手でも突っぱねることができたんじゃないですか。そこをあえて実行するとしたら何か他の理由が？ああ。
Round 1, beginning ring countdown.
No, bro, I'm trying to fucking rescue. Oh shit. No, I'm trying to rescue.
I would have kicked your ass even without metal legs.
Spotted an enemy there. I'm back. Here I go. Good boy. Another one. You on up. I will.
I'll do better. Bust the shield.
Worse, I guess. My shield's on charge.
New kill leader appointed.
I've been down. And it's a good thing. Only a Mayday. Crashing and burning over here. On my wings.
Had to take a knee.
Like a
Newcastle's
phoenix.
back.
This bird's not done yet.
We've lost a teammate. I'll do better.
Charging on my shield.
Fuck that shit.
10 seconds and the ring's just ahead. That's for the mess. Stop it like that. Frag out.
Heads up. Making an adjustment to my reinforcing my shield. Busted that.
Heating Inferno?
本来はフロアを出せない新人たちでも先の階層を探索できるようになればクランの総合戦力が強化できますからね。
こいつ今の話だけで気づいたのか。予想以上に頭が切れる。迷宮では10層ごとにいるフロアボスを倒さないと次の階層に進めない。このボス戦は新人が死傷することが多い。だがベテラン探索者が討伐さえすれば同行の新人はボス戦をせずに次の階層の水晶に登録するだけで先に進める。それでオルンにも同行してほしいのだ。
話を聞くに銀トにとって重要な計画だと思うのですが、部外者の俺が参加しても。
オルン、私はお前のことを評価している。
セルマさんは不要術師として俺を評価していると。正直言って嬉しいが、一体何を根拠に。なんせ俺は勇者パーティーで戦力外通告されている。合同討伐の際、俺の支援魔術がセルマさんより劣っていたからだ。それにまた不要術師をやるのか。あんな思いをしたばかりだぞ。後悔するに決まってる。そこまで言ってくださるのはありがたいですが、まあこちらにも予定がありますので。
オルン、
オルンさん、私もその共同探索に参加するんです。なので参加してもらえると嬉しいです。どうかお願いします。ダメでしょうか。
少し考えさせてください。
オルンさん。
ああ、わかった。
ただし先に言っておきますが、俺は剣士にコンバートしました。
剣士？
ええ、不要術師として評価いただいているようですが、もし参加するのであれば剣士として。
Yeah, those I like. Okay.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown. Wildcard slot unlocked. Sector to claim. Attention. First blood.
No way. I didn't even get a chance, bro.
Can't catch what you can't see.
Taking shots here. Enemy shield broken. Reloading.
I have returned without your
disappointed.
Down, they lost my bullets.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown. Wild card slot.
Oh shit.
Buster here. Get your game face going. Fool him outside. Check that fool out.
Think I can handle my jammers?
Kill leader eliminated.
That squad is cooked.
Wait, he jumped down.
like we're ahead of the game. Ring's coming in a minute, but it's close.
I have returned without your aid.
Enemy out there.
Rival here. 45 taking shots here.
Refreshing my shoes. Back on your feet.
If you stay with me, we can fucking conquer the world.
で同行させてください。
どうして剣士に。
そりゃ驚くよな。でもこれだけは譲れない。
わかった。それで構わない。まあいい。いざとなったら本職の浮遊術師として立ち回るだろう。了承してくれるなら明日の早朝銀との本部。
Damn, she's like, it don't matter.
わかりま
That's
した。
kind of true.
こんばんは。
おお、おるんか。
ちょっといいかな。
もう店じまいするところじゃ。ゆっくりしていくといい。今日もなかなか忙しくてな。
繁盛して何よりだよ。
探索者のトップになったオルンの宣伝のおかげでの。お主には本当に感謝しとるんよ。
しーちゃん。ごめん。
オルン？
実は俺、もう勇者パーティーの一員じゃなくなったんだ。これからは宣伝の役には立てなくなる。勇者じゃない俺には何の影響力もないから。
わしはオルンに感謝しておる。これまでもこれからも勇者であろうとなかろうとオルンはおるんじゃ。だから改めて言わせてくれ。ありがとう。
こんな俺にありがとうなんて。
おかしいかの？お主がしてきたこと、お主が頑張ってきたことは誰よりもよく知っておる。だからわしにはわかるんじゃよ。これからもっと多くの同じ言葉をお主は耳にするじゃろうと。それはお主を必要とする者がいることの証じゃ。一つ一つ大事にしていくといい。
しーちゃん。
これからじゃよ、オルン。お主はお主の感じた通りに行動すればいい。自分のために生きるも、誰かの助けになるのも、何があってもわしはお主の味方じゃ。
ありがとう、しーちゃん。
Don't like it. Oh, tomorrow's gonna be a better day.
Why does it just lie there?
It's depressed.
This beast.
Oh no.
Round one. Continuing countdown.
Time to hold court. Frag out.
Attention. First blood.
Down a squad mate. Let's honor them with a win.
I've broken enemy shield.
Guess there's no guns there. What the fuck? That's crazy, bro. They took off and then that shit did not fucking spawn any weapons on me. That's crazy.
New kill leader appointed.
The character skin search shield.
Feeling traitor. Killed an enemy. Headshot.
Recharging shield.
Spot a boy.
You should stop this area. Down a squad mate. One of them with the win. Reloading.
Warning. Ring closing.
Eyes open, grenade. Heads up. Making it a my mobile shield.
I'm back.
Enemy killed. Center flag. Bunch of
No way. No way, bro. That one is in front of him. He's right in front of you.
This way. Me and you are down. Boss, enemy here.
Just you and me now. Don't call me that. Taking fire. The character skin search shield.
I took it. I'm back to give him hell. Stay behind this protector.
Back and feeling quite rejuvenated.
Mobile shield still returned.
Shoot that. Broken enemy shield.
Got another buster down. That's one more kill for you, Captain.
The kill leader. A wild card slot has been unlocked. New kill leader appointed.
I guess shotguns only shotgun work?
Stalking complete.
Replicator here. Use it.
Can't escape.
Havoc here. Legendary.
Ese güey se pasó a la verga.
Recharging my shield. Sending a North Star.
The ring's full, and we've got a whole minute to dawdle. Here's a pick-me-up, pal. Rings near, darling. A whole 40 seconds.
No.
Right here.
Damn. No, he's gonna die. Coulda kept crawling. That was fun. I enjoyed that one.
So these are air fried for the carne asada. So it's habanero oil, a little bit flaky salt. We like to cook our steaks room temp just so we can get a nice sear. But we're gonna go super low on the sear. So the cachetada is actually from Texas and it means slap on the face. Right now we're sourcing A5 from Japan. We rested in a recado negro, a reduction of spices that we burn in toast. We cook, rest throughout service.
Oh shit, I was talking shit, Bombo. Somebody's talking shit, bro.
Cilantro. Chapulines, it's a grasshopper. So we pulse it and then infuse it with all the spices and we just dust the entire dish. So when the time comes, we slice it. It's perfectly medium rare. So the whole plate looks like fine dining, but when you eat it, it's legitimately just carne asada. You're in Texas, you're at a tasting menu, tortillas are the foundation. The only way to end the night is to ensure that we give you a tortilla in a taco form.
That's so small.
Tenemos a 16-seat tasting menu restaurant. Two top in. We're a Mexican restaurant that's inspired by Texas, and Texas is very diverse. That gives us a little more playing field to start using things that aren't normally seen on Mexican cooking. The foundation of everything that we do here starts with masa. Every dish has masa in it, whether it's on a shape, form, tortilla, if we use it as a thickening agent for a sauce or a mole, a soup. There's a story in our culture that says men come from maize. Man has evolved from a seed. I find that to be really profound because each chapter of our lives, we evolve, we grow. Now, 4 years in, we feel like we have our own style, our own voice. The first thing that we do in the mornings is make sure that we grind the first batch of maize for the day. Right here we have our nixtamal that we started the previous night. I try not to rinse it because we work so hard in getting gelatin from the actual starch that we want to use that gelatin to kind of just emulsify the masa itself. This usually takes around 7 to 8 hours overnight. It's more of a steeping process than a cooking process. Lizardo's gonna bring the stones for us. He's gonna hydrate them here with water. We're gonna calibrate the actual molino, crank it up. Even now, we say corn tortillas. Even the representation and the translation, it's wrong. Corn and maize are not the same. Maize is the byproduct of corn. Corn's a vegetable, maize is a grain, right? It's a starch. They come from the same seed, but it's not the same. It is our duty to ensure that maize in the menu and who we are, it's up front. The starch is kind of just coagulating into the hopper. Too much water will give us a really wet masa that we will be able to actually work with. Not enough water will come out with very, very grimy, unpleasant texture. Right now we're going through 80 pounds a week of masa. We usually have plastic cover.
Oh, that shit was delicious for some quesadillas. Which I know they're gonna use it for quesadillas. You are my first contender. What the fuck happened to my shield? There's no shield there.
Enemy landed close to me. Must be my raw magnetism.
Damn, she got stuck.
Attention. The kill leader.
1 minute until. Squad coming in. Pick it up. That's right. Tick-tock, 10 seconds. Since the ring is closed.
I need that, dude. I'm sorry.
Time to protect yourself.
Pull me.
Let's get back to it. 30 seconds until the ring charges at us. But we're close. Now the squad mate. Let's honor them with a win. I took a nail.
Yes, sir.
I'm back to give them hell.
Enemy shield. Firing on enemy.
You bitch it down. I'm the last one standing. Gotta keep alert.
Dang, looks like it's just us.
Taking these boys with me. Time to roll court.
Here I come. Mirage to the rescue. Come on, we got another squad here. Say you got another mate. Damn, he's good looking. It's dupes across.
I'm back. Yes, that's what friends do.
Took down a fool.
I'm back. Any crashes?
Firing.
Beginning ring. Attention. The final
No way. Bro. Was fine where he was.
To honor them with a win. Newcastle has returned to the battlefield. Had to take a knee, but Newcastle's back.
Here we should go there. Changed my mind. Here I am.
Recharging my shield.
Head over there.
This way.
Sending in my fallback.
warning. Ring movement in progress.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna wait for a fucking bot. I need a bat.
Target over there. Target in the distance. Reloading. Wait, target there.
No way, that should do so much damage.
Reinforcing.
to do damage when they punch you.
Round 4. Beginning ring countdown. Stop.
Shields recharging.
How many more shields? I thought I had shields.
Those are my mobile shields. So take a little while.
No, I want a bed.
Soon targeted.
Reloading.
I'm recharging my shield. Love it, little girl. Grab what you can.
Warning. Ring closing.
Ring in motion. Charge the thing. I need shield.
Here I am again. Ready to test up the fire.
And it's looking great. Kills are killing. Nothing but mind if I protect this gun?
Ultimate's up.
You are the Apex champions.
It so we don't avoid the mess. When Megan comes in and she sees her wall being messy, you guys will have to explain. Yeah, once the masa is completely done, it kind of falls like a flake, so it's snowy like. So this one's came out really nice. So this is Paula. She's one of our badass chefs here. She's gonna hydrate all the masas.
I'm feeling for a certain consistency. I roll it up and I squeeze it, and if it starts to crack from the sides, it means I need a little bit more hydration. It's why I have this little pint with water, so I can hydrate as needed.
Right now on our menu, we're featuring 3 cónicos, different colors. Even though they're from the same family, they have different flavor profiles. The blue ones and the red ones are a bit more sweeter. They lend well to fried foods and tostadas. And the yellow ones, we utilize it to thicken purees, soups, and obviously tortillas. This is Nancy, also known as Salome. Nancy is also the greatest tuna portioner that I've ever seen in my life. What she's gonna do right now, she's gonna walk us through the tuna preparation for first course, which is a tuna tostada. This is a preparation that we legitimately need at least 2 hours just to knock out. Chef Eric Rupert from New York City, Le Bernadette, was definitely a massive inspiration on the preparation of our tuna. Nancy has taken that technique and made it her own.
Tengo que quitar todos los nervios de la tuna para que quede completamente limpia.
This is my favorite part, because when I saw her do this, I almost freaked out the first time. I was like, what the f-? She went above and beyond. Like, I didn't teach her how to take the nerve out. I taught her how to portion it, going around the nerve. Hers came out a lot cleaner than mine. And then I saw her how she emulsifies it, and I was like, okay. And that day, I was like, I need to let them do the job so I can do mine. We're 4 years in, we've had people come and go, and I feel like everyone leaves their imprints and their DNA here and there. We've learned from each individual, and we take that knowledge and then we apply it to the next person, and it just continues to progress, and it's really cool to see. She's gonna marinate the tuna. We use habanero oils, mulato oils. The tingling effect of Mexican cooking is spicy, acidic, salty, fatty. You have that in each dish.
Ya están listas para servir.
Good job, Nancy. This is Chef Isnardo. He's working on a plantain tortilla. This is the only course that doesn't have actual masa in the raw form. The plantain is gonna be for the mole dish. We came up with this recipe, messing it up. We're trying to make masa crepes for a pop-up. This didn't work out for us, but luckily enough, we landed on this dough. We take unripe plantains, cook them with anise, a little bit of cinnamon, which are 2 of the actual spices that you see in mole. So what we're gonna do right now is boil them really, really hard. That's gonna add a lot of pressure to the plantain, releasing a lot of those toxins, releasing a lot of the starch. Once a month, we use our comal in the smoker. Here, this is a chile chilhuacle coming from Oaxaca, Mexico. It is like the A5 of chiles. It is very earthy, smoky, very delicious. It's gonna give that complexity to the mole as well as the actual color to it. And then we kind of just play along with chiles. The demo stands from the verb tatemar, which is a past verb of roast, toast, or grill, which is basically the foundation of moles. I feel like mole is very personal to each household. Everybody has their own version, techniques, and ingredients. That you have to balance it with sweet, acid, nuttiness, fruitness, and spice. So it's an understanding of balance. Oh, it's right there. Yeah, this is why I let people do it. Something about a tortilla being toasted, caramelized, nice and sweet, crunchy, almost nutty. Brings nostalgia to the actual dish itself. And then my favorite part, the cookies. We call them galletas Marias. Obviously, it's not that brand, but I think in any Mexican household, if you say galletas Maria, don't know what it is. Right before everything's like 3/4 of the way completely tatemado, then we'll add the spices and the chicatanas and then pull everything out, and then we'll start making our pastes. This is the time we kind of start checking in with the Isnardo and the duck. We have friends in Austin from Nixta. They have a duck carnitas tacos, which is really, really cool to see and taste. So we kind of just play on the idea of like, okay, what if we do a confit but in the style of carnitas? It's not about after curing the duck for 1 day. We rinse it, try to pat it dry, and then we're gonna start searing it, just skin side down, just to kind of get some more color and caramelizing the sugars from the curing mix. We're only gonna get skin side, super, super hard, almost burnt. Then we're gonna pop it into the hotel pan. Then we try to fortify it with the carnitas essence, which is a salt solution, brine into the actual mix. Orange, garlic, more avocado leaves, cinnamon, and then Mexican Coca-Cola. The fat that you see on top, as well as the jus, have been saved from previous batches. By now, this has been on the menu, I want to say maybe 6-7 months. Duck fat is full of flavor. We're repurposing it for the next one, so it's completely full of deliciousness. And then we're gonna cook it off or fry in its own fat for about 2 hours, and then we'll pick it up tomorrow, pull it, and get it ready for service. He's finishing the duck from a previous batch. So once we completely confit carnita style the actual duck, we go ahead and shred it. We vacuum seal it, and then weigh it into 2 pounds for service. What he's doing right now is basically kind of re-seasoning the actual duck itself. He's gonna brighten up the dish. He's then gonna carefully fold everything together.
scout over here. Ready still. We got an enemy here.
Michael was 1 HP inside.
Sending an arc star.
A broken enemy shield.
Reloading. I'm falling.
Give me a sec. Recharging shield. Tango killed.
Focus up. Buster there.
To ensure that the duck still has some texture to it, but ensure that everything's nice and even. And he's gonna roll it into a roulade three sets of service, and then we're gonna portion it and then tempura them during service. Since I was young, I refresh YouTube and the Eater page to always look for the new episode. And one of my favorite episodes was the first Kato episode, where he was in a strip mall. He had just won Best New Chef. He had a Michelin star. His small kitchen, being an immigrant, telling the story through his culture, but still being comfortable enough to like make it his own. He made me realize that you shouldn't be ashamed of the space. It's about the actual mission, the team, the culture, and the food itself. And I let them know that it was because of his format that we were able to get our start. Thank you, John. Hope you're watching. So right now, it's time where I get overstimulated with people's questions, so I need comfort, so I hold these not a little super tight. Plantains have been cooked. We went ahead and worked off the starch out of them. Every time he pulls the chingona or the robocoop, we call it chingona because it took us 2 years to be able to afford one. Plantains, super translucent, still starchy. They do have some bite to them, and he'll start seasoning with the spice and a little turmeric at the same time, going by batches. And then you'll see this transform into this beautiful yellow tacky masa, which is pretty cool to see.
Right now I finished weighing out tortillas de plátano, and they each weigh 25 grams. Today the dough came out beautiful, but sometimes because of the actual plantain, how mature they are, it'll be a little harder to work with. And so in those cases, I just leave them to dry out a little more.
It's really cool to see how by understanding starch and water content, you're able to get almost the same texture as actual masa from maize. You wouldn't know that this doesn't contain any masa. It's also very delicious. Here's me snacking again. The enmolada is gonna be a masa tempura style of del carnitas. It's a mix of being brought in French style kitchens with trying to put it into a context of a Mexican tasting menu. So the masa here is introduced in the tempura. We use a ratio of 2:1 rice flour and masa flour, which is just dehydrated masa pulverized in the blender, but it's still light. It's really refreshing. When we plate the whole thing, we do mole, the yogurt marinade sauce at the very bottom of that. Seasonal fruit right now, peaches are in season. And then we just top it with the plantain tortilla that gets brushed with brown butter, sattar spice. So there's a large Lebanese population in Puebla, so we're paying homage by ensuring that it eats pios like a pita. 5:30, we start cracking up ovens, charcoal, we turn the lights off, and then it's just an adrenaline of push of like, go, 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 taste, yes chef, passing chef, behind chef. It's the most beautiful chaos that you can create. Second turn, again, super nice and greasy. Divide and conquer. But for the most part, you guys have done an incredible job. We have a busy week ahead of us. Caleb, happy birthday. Let's give it up for Caleb again.
Position over there.
Questions, concerns? No, let's have good service. Two top in. It's 4 tostadas, table 1. So right now we're featuring Acapulco on the tostada. It's a very fish-forward state. So for this dish, we use the conico rojo. That gets seasoned with a little bit of daikon, apple pepper, cucumber, a few pieces of avocado, and then the tuna, and then caviar on top. That is super sexy to see. The tuna's thin enough so it's translucent, so you can see all the layers under the tuna when you pick it up on the light. Tostadas walking table 3 on back, 2 sofas. Right now we have 2 seatings, 6 seats. We're doing 8 courses. That's almost 200 plates of food from that small kitchen. You crank it up. Like there's no room for mistakes. We've set up the pass to be like a tennis court where you have to study your opponent's movements. So not only are you doing callbacks to understand what's going on in the placement to get ready to fire your own dish, where you also seeing if that person needs assistance with passing an herb from the fridge. You have to be super hyper focused. Actually, the quesadillas from my city, I was born in Mexico City, that's the one dish that we haven't taken off since we opened 4 years ago. It's gone through different stages. It is a blue masa from Conico Azul, so it's very starchy and light and airy. We stuff it with huitlacoche, quesillo en epazote. So it's very earthy, umami, sweet, salty. And then this gets paired with a little emulsion of avocado, serrano, tomatillo, also known as fancy guacamole. Chicatanas, they're flying ants from Oaxaca. So if you eat them, they're really, really nutty. In the stars of quesadilla, you poke it, you pull the cheese, and then that's like the Instagram moment where diners are like grabbing the cheese, see how far it pulls, and cheese. That's perfect. I feel like we've definitely hit a time where people are more aware. They're more respectful of Mexican cooking. If you go to a sushi spot, any sushi omakase, if you're willing to pay $25 for a piece of nigiri because you respect the ingredients, you respect the techniques. I feel like restaurants like Temo with tasting menus, with that format, with that mission, definitely broaden people's perspective of what Mexican cooking is. Houston's not known for tasting menus. People want options, people want big portions, so it definitely took us a while to like gain people's trust. You know, some people like it, some people don't, and that's part of the whole, like allowing people to feel the emotions. I think that's what makes the restaurant beautiful.
Come on. We gotta get you home in time to tuck in the kids.
Let's get you back on your feet, Capatid.
Replicator touching down.
Got an upgrade.
Amp over here. Over on him. One minute. Rings nearby. "45 seconds. Ring ain't far." Let's check out that area.
Give it a shimmy. We're inside the ring. One less thing to worry about.
Bust the shield.
Give my shield a recharge. Care package touching down. They usually carry red platforms. Amp over here. Overflow. An enemy there. Enemy there. Opponent is close.
Phoenix is going off.
Eyes up. Incoming replicator.
Let's relocate there.
1 minute. Rings nearby.
There's an Evo cache here. Defeated an enemy. We sit
Top
close
of
to
the
the ring and
chimney.
it collapses on us in 45.
Kraber here. Full Evo cache
I'll use
here.
that. 30 seconds until the ring charges at us. But we're close.
Lead.
Buster down.
Ring close. Firing. Enemy there. Reloading.
Got a fool over there. Focus up. Buster there. Never mind.
Contact. Let's go this way. Heads up. Dropping the back. Check your sector. Another squad is incoming. Off the right. I'm spotted.
This way.
Give me a sec. Recharging shields. An enemy there. Protect here. Attention. There is a new kill leader. Recharging my shields. 1 second.
Round 5. Begin.
Let's go that way.
Countdown.
Give me a sec. Recharging shields. Reloading. Ring close in 1 minute. Hostile spotted. Opponent.
Eyes up. Enemy.
Ambush. Ambush.
Let's hustle that way.
Shield to recharge. 45 seconds. Ring ain't far.
This is empty. We can go here.
Over there.
Heard that. Enemy close. Aye, an enemy there. Enemy spotted. Over there. Give my shields a recharge. Solid copy. Two other squads left.
That squad is cooked. Recharge my shield.
Stay with me. 親仲間とはお叩き. Thank you, Carla, for the follow. Gracias, Carla. Oh, vale verga, bruh. I guess I am climbing.
I ain't never come in this way. Ain't never had no reason to till now.
We had hoped against hope that we wouldn't have to shut down our entire operation, but we are under investigation by law enforcement.
I hope he ain't got no damn cameras on this side of the damn hill.
Kelly knows a back way into the steel side. It's just an old logging road, been there for years, and we follow him in. He tells us we'll not pass the game camera, and you know, we'll get in there and sadly bring this site to an end.
I hope he ain't got no damn cameras up through here. This is our only option, though, Hattie. We got to get stuff out of the way.
You know, if there's anything on the planet that I didn't want to happen, it's this right here. But we've made the decision. With the heat we've got on us, it's too risky. We're pulling the plug on all operations at this point.
This really sucks.
You're telling me.
At this point, the walls are closing in, and one false move on our part, we could get busted.
Here we are. We're about to come out to the steel site. Dang, we lost Digger a few minutes ago. Let's get this crap out of here as quick as we can.
Okay.
Need to
Right
get
now,
this
our
crap out of
mission
here.
is to
Thanks.
remove
Thanks, we
any
can.
evidence that could get us convicted of a crime. Basically, scrub all signs of what we've been doing up here.
I'm gonna say we take this all the way down so it don't look like it's ever been a furnace.
Okay.
I can't believe we're having to do this, Amanda.
I know, Kelly.
I can't believe we had to do this,
a bunch
man.
of cats in a rocking chair convention. So we're trying to get this stuff out of here. You know, hopefully we don't miss anything. We don't want this to come back and bite us in the butt.
Constantly learning new stuff, man, about making liquor, but this is the first time I'm learning how to really burn a still site from the cops. If we can get everything out of here, then that's one step closer to our safety.
This is the make or break moment
I like
right
this
here,
kid.
Amanda, in a lot of situations. This is technically a hunk of metal if it won't hold water. Mark Digger taught me this very valuable lesson a long time ago.
Gotta know your loopholes.
Exactly. So we ready?
Yeah. Ow.
Technically, a yard on my
Did that hurt a little bit? Or
It
what?
hurts my feelings bad. We gotta get this stuff loaded and get out of here.
There's a lot of stuff for us to haul out of here right now.
I hope something didn't happen to Digger's truck.
That road was freaking rough. I don't know.
Wait, that was an illegal spot, and they had so much shit set up.
We're not running from the law. We're just getting out of the way.
Okay. Yeah, that might make me feel a little better about myself.
That might make me feel better. Well, I'm
We
myself.
was worried about you. We got away from you in the back there a little bit.
Damn, it looked like a furnace collapse.
It did.
The chore right now is to move anything that could be considered contraband and send us to jail. That's steel pot, the thumper, the condenser, any ingredients, any heaters, any burners. They gotta go.
Let's put everything we can in his truck, knock this stuff down, and let you get going.
We're moving with purpose. We're not wasting our time. We know that time is of the essence here. We've got to get out of here as quickly as we can. Well, the way I feel right now is like I'm at gunpoint. Getting out of the way of the law when you're doing something illegal at the same time, it really makes you think twice about this business.
When Digger and I decided to expand our business, honestly, looking back, that might not have been such a good idea.
We got the potential here to build us an empire. I want to get from state line to state line with liquor.
Certainly, the bigger you get, the more eyes you draw to yourself. So, you know, in hindsight, maybe bigger isn't always best.
All right, let's get you all loaded up.
It may not always be this way.
Push it on in there, Digger.
If this law enforcement problem goes away, then yeah, maybe we can come back at some point.
All right, see you guys in a little while.
Be safe. Let's get out of here, Kelly.
Thus, I cannot believe we've had to clean out all these steel pipes, shut them down. I mean, as hard as we've worked our whole damn life, who'd have thought it would have come to this?
Yeah. I wouldn't have, but here we are.
I ain't never been to this place, have you?
Yeah, been years ago. Yeah, we got a bar and we put some stuff there.
And I'm
Let me just better off.
But I'm worried about all of our teams.
We're the ones that got them in this situation, Eddie. I mean, if there's anything that's got to be done, we got to take it on our own. Oh, hell. Eddie, I don't mean to cause any alarm or anything.
That is one sheriff's car behind us. Damn, watch the road. Don't
I'm gonna make it, bro. I'm gonna try.
We're done for.
Give my shields a recharge. Keep your hands on the wheel.
Yes, sir.
I'm Colby Franklin with the county sheriff's office.
Stopping you because he drove off.
I'm an Indian sandwich.
So what's in the back of the truck? It's just scrap copper.
It's copper.
It's copper? Okay.
We've said it's scrap copper.
All right, well, as soon as our backup gets here, we'll test
What are you
it.
doing?
We'll see what's going on. We understand. Okay. Sam, it is Captain David Robinson, the one that chased so hard in the past.
Look like you're being no good today, are you?
No, sir, we're not.
Oh!
About that close, I about got you. Go ahead and step out here for me. Digger? Yes, sir. Put your hands in my car.
All right, go ahead and put your hands behind your back there.
Gotta get you home in time to tuck in the kids.
I guess last time I talked to you, this didn't never heed no warnings to you.
Well, I do remember what you told me last time you seen me.
What was that?
You said you boys gotta be lucky all the time. I just gotta be lucky once.
Today just might be my good damn day, I guess.
What you gonna do?
About 30 seconds from them being 100% totally sure we're in violation of law. Damn, these handcuffs hurt. We're done for. Yeah, they got the burners, fans, they got every damn thing they need right here today. Get your motor.
They got me. I'm down.
Let's go here. Down a squad mate. Let's honor them with the win.
Let's honor them with the win.
Attention, there is a new kill leader.
Get some heat.
New kill leader. I'll make sure they don't sneak up on us.
Plus is visiting that area.
Dropship up there.
No way. Ah, these people. Imagine all these people.
Those steps have been used here recently.
Oh, yeah.
Got your burners, thump. You got everything in here ready to go today. About time it's my turn. Damn thing.
What?
It's got a damn hole in it. It's inoperable. You might as well cut them a damn loose.
You want me to cut them loose?
You have to. It's got a hole in it. It's inoperable. Can't do nothing with it.
All right. David Robertson said it does have a hole drilled in the bottom of it. It's no longer a functioning steel, therefore it's no longer illegal. Well, he said there's a hole in it. I got to cut you loose.
You may have to help me. I'm not real graceful under the best of circumstances.
Right
sure
now,
they pay
we're
for
just
the
feeling like we won the lottery. We're just tickled to death to get out of these damn cuffs.
No hard feelings, Al. You've got a job to do, and I understand it. You know, nobody wants their liquor still to leak. They don't want any holes, no matter what size they are. But I'm as proud of that hole in that liquor still as I am anything on this planet at this point.
What in the world just happened here, Puss?
You know, Hattie, only thing I can figure out, maybe Kelly did that when we wasn't looking.
It had to be Amanda or Kelly, Digger. We know that we didn't do it, so one of them guys has had to, and bless their heart, whichever one it was. You know, 5 minutes ago, Puss, we was on our way 100% to the penitentiary.
Yeah.
Now we're on our way home. I mean, how does that even happen? I don't understand.
It don't happen.
I don't
often,
understand.
but I'm ready to go, and I'm ready to get rid of a liquor still.
We've been pushing our luck all the time, I guess.
Ilia Toporia's road to becoming the greatest UFC fighter of all time might have just been set on a different path. And the internet is pointing the finger at his soon-to-be ex-wife.
You hooked up with a guy who's an incredibly special human being, the rarest of rare. You not just UFC world champion, but a 2-division world champion superstar who the whole world wants to see, and you're his wife. So you're like, oh, look at me, I'm married to the baddest motherfucker alive. And then he doesn't want to be with you anymore. Like, oh, really? Well, I'm gonna take you down.
And in this video with the Nelk Boys earlier this year when they recorded a podcast seems to have foreshadowed everything.
Yeah, I meet my wife.
Oh, really? Damn. Who says you can't meet your wife in Miami? You give me hope now, because everyone says you can't meet your wife in Miami.
But the story might not be as straightforward as people think. In fact, there are multiple examples of misinformation about their relationship. So here's their story laid out as accurately as possible and based on the facts we currently have.
Close range.
In June of 2025, Ilia Topuria became UFC lightweight champion with a first-round knockout of Charles Oliveira in their fight in Las Vegas. The UFC journalist Ariel Helwani was one of many people comparing this to the meteoric rise of Conor McGregor in the 2010s.
It's very easy to make the comparisons to Conor McGregor. People do that all the time. But I'm making the comparison to the rise of Conor, not because of his trash talk. That's usually what people lean towards. It's because we have not seen this level of confidence and this level of like, you know, I'm going to manifest this. I'm going to put it out there and I'm going to back it up. And he does it, dare I say, at a whole other level, because he says with the confidence of someone who's going on a walk to go get some coffee, yeah, I'm just gonna knock him out. And then he walks up to him, the face-off, and says, I'm sorry it had to be.
Topuria was also building a brand around this image. He's from both Spain and originally Georgia, and is considered a hero in both nations.
Is your pride more Georgia or is it more Spain? Would you say you're more Georgian?
It's difficult to choose between mom and dad, you know.
Yeah, I know.
He also became co-owner of Way of Warrior FC, which is an MMA promotions company in Spain. But another way of growing his brand was his now infamous appearance with the Nelk Boys podcast, where they were amazed that he met his wife in Miami, a city that they have a lot of experience in.
Yeah, I meet my wife in Miami.
Oh, really?
Oh, new supplies dropping.
Damn.
I can choose more stuff.
Who says you can't meet your wife in Miami? You give me hope now, because everyone says you can't meet your wife in Miami. You hear that? Put that on Only a Date on Instagram. You can meet your wife in Miami.
And there's this very tense moment where the Nelk Boys were asked what they meant by this joke.
Why are you saying that?
Huh?
Why are you saying that?
Everyone says that. Like you just can't.
You can't find that.
Because party, yeah. Yeah.
Because you go to the party and this is the only place you see.
Yeah, exactly.
You surround yourself with people that go to the party all the time. They all the time think about the party.
Yeah.
Like you don't know the another part of Miami or the people that just they want.
It's a best place to work out too, Miami, because you can just walk outside and run the water.
I love to be.
Yeah.
So this is now being viewed as a scarily accurate prediction of everything that unfolded, starting with this suspicious behavior between Ilia and his wife in October.
Shield battery here.
That month, Georgiana deleted all of her pictures of Ilia from her Instagram, and Ilia did the same on his profile, except for one photo.
And this is the only picture that remains on Ilia Toporia's Instagram that has his wife or ex-wife or estranged wife, Georgina, in it. The rest of them across his entire IG, his kids are in it, but not his wife, not his partner.
Georgiana also shared a very ambiguous Instagram post where she wrote a loving tribute to her daughter, who's also named Georgiana. It said, "A mother's true superpower is not being alert to danger. It's building a world where her daughter can grow up brave, free, and unafraid. My little Georgina, here is nothing in the world that I love more than having you in my life and marveling at seeing you become someone with life, thought, and self-love. My mission is to give you the tools to be strong, the example of integrity, and guide you in your purpose to be happy." This social media activity led to the conclusion that they were breaking up, or at the very least, had fallen out with one another. In the aftermath, rumors of infidelity circulated around Twitter. A viral tweet showed a picture of Georgina and another man with the caption, "UFC champion Ilia Topuria is divorcing his wife after he found out she was really romantically with Islam Makhachev." However, it was pointed out in the community notes that this photo was posted in 2022 and was Makhachev with some random girl in Argentina. But rumors of cheating came from both sides.
But it was eventually revealed through, I guess, like Spanish media that she caught him texting other women.
There was also this Reddit post where Ilya is supposedly enjoying the single life and pictured with multiple women. This was captioned with, "My buddy when he breaks up with his girlfriend and wants to make her jealous." However, this time Ilya was the victim of misinformation. The fourth photo is actually his sister, Mariam. And the comment section seems to think that some of the other girls are other sisters. But UFC fans were more concerned at how this was going to be. Ilya was expected to defend his title against Paddy Pimblett. However, according to Pimblett, Ilya was stalling the negotiations.
After his last fight, I get in the cage and he pushes me, I think it's happening, and now all's amazing is he's stalling, he's not paid yet to the fight, he's stalling. If I'm not yet, lad, I just want to take
didn't
it,
even
fight and beat me
move
down,
behind
step
cover
up,
from where he
like
got
Tyson said, signed the
Crazy, bro. You could have rest, like.
And this was at a time when Ilya was on course
Don't cover.
and arguably the greatest UFC.
What's your left? There's people northeast.
I heard somebody on this left or second row.
Nice. Safe to touch down. We're already in the next ring. Defend there. Attention.
I got an ult XL for you, Newcastle.
I have one. I already have my ult.
They're inside top floor. There's like 4 teams here. Got a med kit. We get Valkyrie out.
Thought he was alone and we stopped peeking.
Crack that guy.
Recharging my shields. Cover me.
Should we just drop in Valkyrie? This is kind of dumb.
Yeah, we can probably go here.
No, no.
Three on standby. Ready for burn.
That's just distraction. Like 14% off my ult. We can do it.
We're gonna
from
get
right
beamed.
here,
We're gonna get
on here
beamed.
next to you.
Low. Crawl to me? Bro, you started crawling the wrong way. I'm gonna die.
You wait until, God, you guys are fucking worse.
Man, you like to blame everyone for your own shit, huh? You saw I was alive, dude. But you just laugh. Bro, you have a mic, bruh. Instead of going down, you could have crawled this way. Right here where I was, where my ult was at.
Range shrinks in 10 seconds. We're close.
Cap down, my bad.
No. No way, bro. No way you're talking shit with that shit.
I was talking shit.
No way, bro. That is wild. No,
you
you weren't.
single...
You weren't talking shit. You didn't. You didn't say
Yeah,
anything till now, which is like crazy.
No, I said UFC fighter currently.
Ilya is on his path to being the GOAT. I genuinely think that Ilya Taporia is 3 to 4 big wins away from being, bar none, the best of all time, passing up John Jones, GSP, Khabib, whoever you count as your GOAT. He's like 3 or 4 big wins away from being considered the GOAT.
Neither Ilya nor his wife publicly addressed this situation until November 27th when Ilya shocked the UFC world with this tweet. He wrote, "I won't be fighting in the first quarter of next year. I'm going through a difficult moment in my personal life. I want to focus on my children and resolve this situation as soon as possible. I don't want to hold up the division. The UFC will make the matchups needed. As soon as the matters are resolved, I'll let the UFC know I'm ready to begin my return." Fellow UFC fighter Max Holloway responded with, "Sorry to hear, champ. If it's what I'm hearing it is, I know the struggle firsthand trying to fight while protecting your kids. Hope all goes well." Holloway was referring to the lengthy custody battle he had with his kids, which lasted for 5 years. Taporia's tweet was also quote-tweeted by the commentator MMA Guru, who wrote, "I wasn't sure until I've just seen this, but based on what I've been told, I actually understand why Ilya has chosen to do this. The divorce coming up is going to be messy as F. There's an allegation he's going to have to overcome that she'll use to get full custody. Sucks, though." She posted some themed things on her Instagram story a few days ago that'll give you the idea. On his YouTube channel, MMA Guru clarified what he meant by themed things.
And while there was rumors that he was going to be taking some time away, she was posting a lot of domestic abuse things on her Instagram story. And someone mentioned here, I did see the violence against women awareness post on her story.
So this story has now become incredibly serious, and you'd like to think that this was when the misinformation would come to an end. However, another story circulated about Georgina and how she was now dating a famous rapper. However, this turned out to be a picture with her brother, and his skin color was changed. And this false story made it onto the biggest podcast in the world.
Oh, yeah, it's public, yeah. Well, she's taking photos with rappers.
Ugh.
Yeah, putting it on Instagram.
No.
Yeah, you know how they do it? They try to steal your soul. Put a
Jesus.
knife right in your spirit.
Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, man, hell has no fury like a woman scorned.
And Rogan's guest, More Plates, More Dates, also known as Derek, proposed a conspiracy theory about the Nelk boys.
I don't know if it's a coincidence, but I mean, you can't. I'm sure the internet has some speculation, but the timing is very odd with like one of these interviews he did where somebody was almost seemed to plant in his head that like if you meet a wife in Miami, that she's probably not good.
There have been some people who think that Ilya should continue fighting and how he could use this situation almost as ammunition in the octagon. However, the UFC fighter Sean O'Malley explained how you simply can't go through something like this and also prepare for a big fight.
The Ilya stuff, you guys see that? Going through a divorce, wife supposedly trying to take 50%. God, dude. I feel so, that sucks. And it's all public, which makes it even just worse.
I've seen a lot of
I've been through some shit. I didn't have to deal, it wasn't on the public, got to the other side, everything's good, but when you're going through that type of shit, you definitely don't want to be in fight camp.
Is that why he pulled out, or?
That's why I didn't book a fight. He said he's going through his personal. It's all public, and I guess he was supposedly messaging girls, which is like you can't say how's going.
I know, right?
Like, you can't be nice to the other species when you're married. I just don't understand. Yeah, no, that sucks. So I do genuinely feel bad for him, and yeah, I mean all that. Oh, you got two kids. Like when you add kids to the mix, that's what makes it. That's really what makes it just so hard to deal with.
Got a care package dropping. Hold him up. That's one less squad to run.
Gotcha. I got you. I'm not gonna let you down.
Shotgun bolt here.
Gold suit. Bolts increase rate of fire.
Healing. Watch my back.
Never fear. Maximum level Newcastle's here. Hey, I'm upgraded. Putting the new in Newcastle. Ring's closing in 1 minute, but we're pretty close.
Rings next door. 45.
Buster, over there. Landed a blow. Check that fool out. Enemy out there. An enemy.
Target over there. Hostile. My marker. Enemy spotted.
Reloading.
Took out an enemy.
Tango spotted.
Shoots in 10 seconds. We're close.
Contact.
Holding shield. Fighting.
Taking fire. Double time this.
Andiamo. Get in the ring. Roll outside.
Watching this.
Healing. Watch my back. Healing. Tango near me.
Supplies dropping. I could use more stuff.
Reloading.
I'm recharging my shield.
Half the squads are left. Let's smoke 'em. New kill leader. Watch your six.
Recharging my shield.
Let's rush over there. Shots on me.
Rings nearby. 1 minute till close.
Snagging loot here.
Extended light magazine here. Level 2. Ammo up.
Focus up. Buster there. Forget that.
Rings next door. 45.
The track is set.
Ring ain't far. Half of one.
Tracker got.
Extended light magazine here. Amp over
Enemy
here.
tracked.
Infinite ammo.
Match? Ring shrinks in 10 seconds. We're close.
It's on. Rings moving.
Package being delivered. Christmas came early.
Attention.
Care package.
There is a new kill leader.
Hope you're ready to fight, because we got an opponent nearby.
Let's march towards this spot.
Put the lead down range. Back to enemy shield. Reloading. Tango down. Down another target.
Stay behind this protection. Fools just joined in. Initiator on its way.
Reloading. Optics here. Sniper stop here. Level 2. Barrel stabilizer here. Level 3.
Take your time. The ring is close, and
right
there's
here.
a whole minute to play.
It's a duo.
We gotta get you home in time to tuck in the kids.
Reinforcing my shield.
Top of the chimney. It's on. Things moving.
I'm recharging my shields.
My watch begins right here. Got a survey beacon here.
She's correct.
This game really is a death sentence. To you. Over here. Enemy that way.
Well, that ball was a fucking pointless fucking
It's
choice.
unfortunate for him, but yeah, because I really want to see Ely versus Patty. That was the fight I wanted to see. Ely versus Islam is the fight I wanted to see. Next, Ely versus Patty. We don't get it. That's okay. It's okay.
So instead of Ilya's title fight with Paddy Pimblett, there's now an interim title fight scheduled between Pimblett and Justin Gaethje in January. Paddy firmly believes that if he wins this, then he's the champion.
And then obviously we got told it's Justin, Ilya's not fighting, so obviously me and Ilya mightn't like each other, lad, but I wish him nothing but the best with all his family. It's nothing to do with fighting. But when I win this belt, I'm the champ for now. I don't care if it says interim on it. I'm the champ. He's out the cage. I'm the champ.
Later that month, Ilya did an interview with ESPN in Spanish, but was careful not to elaborate on what were the specific personal issues he was dealing with.
Pues como he comunicado, estoy atravesando problemas personales. No tengo una fecha exacta de cuándo se va a solucionar todo. Espero que cuanto antes, en cuanto se solucione, yo estaré listo para volver en el octógono. Priorizo en este momento el bienestar de mi familia, de mis hijos, el mío propio. Así que en cuanto solucione todo, ya volveré al octógono y a darle todo el espectáculo que todo el mundo se merece.
¿Harás careo en enero? ¿Estás ahí para el ganador o...?
No lo sé, no lo sé. Estoy en ello. Estamos tomando decisiones en este momento si haré ese viaje o no, pero espero que sí. Espero que sí.
However, because of the rumors swirling around about his behavior, Ilya finally gave his side of the story. In yet another shocking statement on social media, he wrote, "Over the past several weeks, I've made the difficult decision to temporarily step away from defending my title. This was not a decision I took lightly. However, when circumstances arise that threaten your personal integrity, your family, and your reputation, there comes a point when you must address them directly." So far, his wife had hinted that she suffered some sort of abuse. Ilya, meanwhile, claimed that he was being blackmailed. In recent months, I've been subjected to severe and unacceptable pressure, including threats to disseminate false allegations of domestic abuse unless financial demands were met. These allegations are entirely unfounded. The truth is not a matter of opinion, it is a matter of evidence. He's not just denying these allegations either, he's taking action against them. The next part of the statement read, "All relevant evidence has been carefully preserved and documented, including audio recordings, written communications, witness statements, and video material. This evidence has been submitted to the appropriate judicial authorities in order to pursue legal action for attempted extortion, falsification of evidence, misappropriation of funds and personal property, and multiple threats." Then he explained why he had been so silent. "My initial decision to remain silent was made solely to protect my children, who are the most important part of my life. However, I have come to understand that silence under these circumstances does not protect the truth. It allows false narratives to take hold. Many individuals have faced similar situations, and time and again, the legal system has ultimately clarified the facts. Today, I'm stepping forward not only for my family and myself, but also to demonstrate that no one should be forced to yield to intimidation, manipulation, or fear. Those who know me can attest that I have never engaged in violence of any kind, and that my life and career have always been guided by discipline, respect, and integrity. I have full confidence in the judicial process and will allow the legal system to determine the facts based on evidence. Out of respect for my children and the ongoing legal proceedings, I will not be making any further public statements. I respectfully ask that speculation be avoided and that my family's privacy be honored during this sensitive time. The truth does not require volume, it requires facts." In the aftermath, the UFC fighter Bryce Mitchell decided to lean into the allegations being made about him.
Y'all remember when I fought Ilya and he won, and then afterwards he got a pair of overalls and was making fun of me because I run a farm and I run around in overalls, and he thought that was hilarious. Well, I got something for you. This is called the Wife Beater Special. That's right, I got my wife beater on for Ilya Taporia. That puts his hands on a woman. You know, I grew up without a dad. You know, never seen my dad, never will see my dad. And you know what? I'd rather not see my dad than have my dad there beating on my mom. Let me tell you something, what that'll get you around these parts, son. That shit ain't no joke. There ain't nothing funny about it, and I just had to let you know you're a straight up for that. And your brother's a bitch too. I'll fight him. I'll beat his. You got lucky I was sick, or I'd have beat your ass. And look, you don't deserve to get to see your kids, son, because you put your hands on their mother. You're a coward. That shit is sickening. But anyways, bro, who am I to judge? I fall short of the glory of God too. Ilya, you need to repent, return to Jesus Christ, and if you repent, you won't rot in hell, bro. But you better really mean it, and you better really repent, and probably stop drinking too. You probably got a drinking problem, man.
And you better really mean it.
Return to
So
Jesus
you don't
Christ,
really mean it,
you will be forgiven, and if
it
not,
don't
you're
count.
gonna rot in hell, bro, because that's where women beaters go. And you know, one more thing for you, Ilya. Wives ain't like belts, okay? It ain't the more the merrier. You're supposed to have one man, one woman to become one, okay? You're out
I'm
running
like, wait,
around
what?
working on
Wait, what
your
the fuck
third
is he
wife, and now,
saying?
hell, you think they're championship belts and you're trying to get 3 or 4. You're an idiot, dude. You need to take notes from a guy like me.
And of course, the Nelk Boys clip resurfaced, and how this proved that you can't meet your wife in Miami. However, Georgina doesn't exactly fit into the stereotype of a Miami girl. Like Taporia, she's also from Spain, and while in the US she became a real estate agent, one of the careers that has a certain stigma around it, especially in Las Vegas and Miami, and set up her own solar power business. She's nowhere near as rich as her husband, but not completely dependent on him either. She didn't meet her husband out partying, but at a dinner with mutual friends. But Georgina is essentially fighting an uphill battle due to the new huge fan base that her husband has, and shortly after Ilya's statements, the Spanish press revealed even more information that did not paint her in a good light. The Spanish journalist Isabel Rabago revealed an entire timeline of what happened. The couple had split up since August, and according to this news story, negotiations over the breakup began based solely on financial demands Georgina put on the table. In late October, early November, Ilya Taporia filed a civil separation lawsuit with terms said to be reasonable and focused on shared matters, including their child. And here's where things get interesting. This information said that after being notified of the separation filing, Georgina began looking for a lawyer to represent her, at which point she alleged she was a victim of abuse. She claimed to have evidence that would put Ilya in a, quote, very difficult position. So here we have two very important pieces of information. She only raised the issues of abuse after the separation was filed by Ilya. The information also alleged that she demanded a large sum of money from Ilya in exchange for not pursuing the abuse complaint. Her financial demands were extremely high, with Ilya agreeing to all requests. So this could be interpreted as an admission of guilt from Ilya, but by allowing these allegations to surface, he could equally lose an extremely large sum of money, even from false allegations.
When you think about brand image and marketing and all this stuff, these big brands that are putting marketing dollars into Ilya Taporia or into Conor McGregor, as soon as sexual assault or domestic abuse gets brought forward, you're radioactive. They need to cut ties with you. And I think Ilya is trying to avoid that.
Another interesting piece of information is that, despite the allegations, no restraining order, arrest, or official notification has been issued against Ilya. The last piece of information tells us that Georgina tried for months to make the story public, and even considered making a public appearance while displaying certain material, which begs the question, why didn't any news outlets run with this information?
Now that tells me that news stations, magazines, blogs, all types of news outlets, they go, yeah, we're not running this story. This is BS, or we don't believe it, or there's not enough information for us to go public.
After Ilya's statement, Georgina's lawyers released a statement of their own to the Spanish press. This has been translated, so it may not be 100% accurate, but the statement roughly says, given the proliferation of information, public speculation, and defamatory statements circulating in various media outlets that directly target our client, in a context of recent media attention, we deem it necessary to issue a clarification. There is currently an ongoing legal proceeding of a strictly private and family nature that directly affects a minor. For this reason, Ms. Uzcategui has expressly chosen not to make public statements and to handle this situation with the utmost respect for the procedure and the privacy of the parties involved. Therefore, we ask the media and opinion pieces to refrain from fueling speculation or parallel judgments, and to act with the prudence and responsibility required by the ongoing legal proceedings. This firm will not make any further public statements on this matter outside the appropriate legal framework. Ultimately, we're still in that gray area where Taporia still has the potential to become the greatest UFC fighter of all time, but also has these looming allegations hanging over him like a dark cloud, and who knows how many years out of his prime that could take away from him. At the moment, the information is leaning in Taporia's favor, but the seriousness of the allegations means that you still don't want to rule it out either.
I broke an opponent's shield. Opening fire. Got an enemy. Who's next? And there's another one down.
Reinforcing my shield.
Drill here, drill. Reloaded. Killed an egg. Killed an egg.
Positions to your map. Non c'è di che. Enemy tracked. Charging my shield.
Oh, that's a nice kid.
Healing up.
an evac tower over there. Setting a tracker. Un momento, per favore. There's a mark out there in the distance.
He's 1 HP. It's a squad right here. Look. The squad, go the other way. The other way, Joseph. Run the other way, Joseph.
I don't think anyone saw. Except you had a shot.
I got thought.
Go to the evac tower.
Pick it up. This way.
I'm recharging my shields. The ring is far, closing in 45. Time to bolt.
Enemy here. Face him up. You fellas know the drill. Reckon
Dropping an evac tower.
There's just one.
Squad's team. Wipe the floor with those.
That ring has started moving. We're not in it.
Attention.
Ooh, got a care package drop.
Got an upgrade.
Check it out.
Give more people by the day.
Sniper stock here. Level 3. Setting a tracker.
Got my weapon in hands with some good old handiwork.
Got an enhanced weapon and ready to use it.
Got an egg there.
Bro, I'm trying to fucking enjoy this skin, dog.
Reloaded.
Tracker out. Scanning for enemies. That enemy's being tagged.
Gives a sec. Recharging my shields.
They're shooting at me.
We sit close to the ring and it collapses all the way.
The ring is close, and there's a whole minute to play. Check it out. Your map. Non c'è di che.
Eyes up, Bonnet. Got a target on you. Somebody, anybody, get this person a dance partner before we have a riot on our hands. Don't you want to see a boxing match?
Lay down defenses here.
Why? Here comes the drill.
Take a breather.
Damn.
We have ourselves a contender. Now, do we have a challenger?
Behind you, behind you, behind you, behind you.
Right here.
A fighter has entered the ring. Will answer.
2025 was the year where fiction finally flattened facts, as man and machine competed to inflict the fake on the scroll-stuck cattle class. It was a big year for anyone who loves to hate, as there was enough rage bait to make even the robots rage quit. Good taste was made to wait, while we drowned in brain-dead debate and shooters refused to hesitate. Affairs ran out of steam, planes ran out of tarmac, and spectacle overtook substance in a race to the bottom of the barrel. We were told time and again not to believe what our eyes had seen, and sometimes for good reason. Pics or it didn't happen became pics that didn't happen, as the concept of photographic proof ended its 200-year hot streak. Borders got brutal. Neighbouring countries took shots, took shelter, and simmering tensions boiled over into blistering blowouts. Riots were as commonplace as they were confusing, when decentralised, leaderless uprisings started online and ended at the palace gates.
Mr. President, what are you doing up there?
But really, the United States stole the show this year, as the newly elected Tumor-in-Chief metastasized with a mean case of main character syndrome. Everything was indeed computer, as big tech got soapy and spherical. Simultaneously, social media standards have fallen off faster than a suicidal sprinter visiting the Grand Canyon, as platforms opened their sluice gates, allowing AI-generated sewage and poisonous propaganda to pass through untreated. I have to say, it's been a difficult year to do this specific job. The internet info gutter has gotten so thoroughly clogged that I've had to roll up my sleeve and plunge my arm to the elbow. But there is gold in these gutters too. There is hope buried deep, and there are laughs to be stolen in even its darkest, crustiest crevices. You can only cure the disease by studying the sickness. So with that in mind, let's go back to where it all began in January 2025. January was a great month for smoke inhalation. Sidewalks smouldered, wildfires burned, and famous figures went scorched earth. On January 1st, a symbolic piece of foreshadowing occurred that was so ham-fisted that if you wrote it into a screenplay, they'd fire you out of a cannon into the Hollywood sign. A Tesla Cybertruck exploded outside the International Las Vegas Trump Hotel. The perpetrator apparently used generative AI to plan his attack on the Nevada parking spot, where he killed no one but himself.
The kind of masculine energy, I think, is good, and obviously, society has plenty of that, but I think corporate culture was really like trying to get away from it.
On the 7th, Mark Zuckerberg appeared on the Joe Rogan Experience to explain that the corporate world was getting pussified by too many lady feelings.
I think people just felt like the fact checkers were too biased.
This was all part of Mark's suck-up strategy to placate the incoming Trump administration. Yes, Meta Platforms would be going full free speech mode by scrapping its US fact-checking program, allowing their geriatric users to post whatever mad opinion they were cogent enough to dribble out of their face hole. But all eyes were on LA in January. The first major blaze started in the Pacific Palisades on the 7th. The flames made their Hollywood debut in this photo, taken 3 minutes after the fires were officially reported. In just 48 hours, another 7 fires had started in nearby neighborhoods, making downtown LA look like its safer, less evil sister city of Mordor Middle-earth. LA residents were confused and shocked. How could this happen in the one place where it always happens? If they were still watching TV, they also learned that LA had a mayor, who was on hand to explain what to do if you were feeling the heat, if only someone had typed the link into her speech.
Right now, if you need help, emergency information, resources, and shelter is available. All of this can be found at URL.
For a moment, it looked like it was every man, woman, and horse out for themselves. And when the cavalry did arrive, firefighters found themselves ill-equipped to keep the fires from growing.
What in the world? The firemen don't have hoses, so they're like literally using purses? Women's handbags?
Over 200,000 people evacuated, leading to the kind of blocked freeways that LA residents hadn't seen since the previous morning. But instead of looking out their driver's side window and watching a guy in a full mascot costume doing the Fenty fold in a Carl Jr.'s, they saw celebrities weeping outside the ashen remains of their second home. That Carl Jr. thing, I actually saw that in LA for real. Anyway, yes, a handful of nobodies might have watched their rental property burn to a crisp, but the real tragedy was the billions of dollars worth of property damage inflicted on the people who appeared on a movie poster 30 years ago.
The number of celebrities who have lost their multi-million-dollar homes in the Palisades fire. We can tell you that Paris Hilton's Malibu mansion burned to the ground, and so did the homes of actors Billy Crystal, Eugene Levy, John Goodman, Cameron Matheson, Ricky Lake, Anna Faris, and Adam Brody.
The fires weren't fully contained until the end of the month, but they reached their peak on the 11th, both in terms of square footage and symbolic potency. But at the exact same time, there was another red scare that was getting internet users steamed in mid-January.
The nation's highest court tonight on the brink of deciding whether to uphold a controversial ban of TikTok in the U.S., a ban already approved by Congress and signed into law by President Biden.
For a hot second, it looked like time was up for TikTok. In 2024, the Biden administration had set the 19th of January as the deadline for the platform's sale, which would have forced TikTok's Chinese parent company to sell the platform to a non-adversarial American owner. Predictably, this inspired cries of free speech violations, although the whiniest cries came from creators who were suckling at the teat of TikTok's monetization program.
Fascist countries ban apps. Fascist countries ban websites. Fascist countries ban apps and websites.
In protest, creators and commentators encouraged users to migrate to a hitherto unknown app known as RedNote, aka Xiaohongshu, literally translated as Little Red Book. Yes, named after the book of Mao's words that radicalized teenagers during the Cultural Revolution, which, if you do need a quick history lesson, the Cultural Revolution was a fanatical period of mass violence and extreme censorship as Chairman Mao directed Chinese youth to purge the country of any remaining anti-communist sentiment. Ironic, considering that the Red Note app was mostly used by Chinese metropolitan women to show off their new handbags and highlight fancy new brunch spots. Of course, the greater irony was the swaths of angry Americans flocking to the heavily censored platform in order to protest their free speech being suppressed by the TikTok ban. When the ban approached, Red Note shot to the #1 position on the US App Store, provoking a strange, one-sided cultural exchange between the two superpowers.
The people over at Redbook at Xiaohongshu are so nice.
I'd like to say welcome to you all. You can experience the culture and the calm of China.
It only costs around $50 in China for ambulance services, you know. Those politicians should have taken care of your people first. At the end, salute to Luigi and wish the best to you all.
But on the 19th, the unthinkable happened. TikTok was disappeared from the App Store like so many Chinese citizens, and became inaccessible in the United States. It was basically the American Cultural Revolution, as the government deprived them of the vital cultural output that only exists on TikTok.
Red, yellow, white, raw, no water. This is the Onion trilogy.
Oh my god.
To find this vital culture, users were forced to migrate all the way to YouTube Shorts or Instagram Reels. This dark time lasted all of 14 hours, as the incoming Trump administration assured users that the TikTok ban would be delayed. By January 20th, American users could once again access the platform so that they could watch Theo Von do this at the inauguration.
Oh, it happened. It happened. I said it would. We gotta see here. We gotta see here. I got it on video here.
Yes, Donald Trump was sworn in as president for the second time. But if you were online, the actual presidenting stuff took a back seat to the double scandals of the world's most foremost South African American.
For making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you.
Yes, Elon Musk made a Reich spectacle of himself by doing a double whammy arm extension that suspiciously resembled Adolf Hitler's iconic Fortnite emote. Many defended it, only ever sharing still images of other people lifting their arms up for comparison. But the best excuse, cited by many, was that Elon's autism was to blame for this momentary spurge heil.
I love you guys.
Regardless of his intentions, Elon doing the Dolph has the same effect as the original, in that it made a bunch of clout-hungry colostomy bags salute him back.
Elon?
My heart goes out to all of you.
For one bleak, brief moment, the Sikh heil was back in style, but only really among the kind of people who had been having trouble holding them back in the first place. Cable news and other traditional media outlets got several field days out of comparing Elon to Adolf. But for people who prefer to get their news from bedroom gremlins with gum disease, another Elon scandal overshadowed the whole Nazi thing.
So I'm playing hardcore here. So if you make one mistake, it's game over, basically.
You see, on January 7th, Elon shared a live stream of himself playing Path of Exile 2 on hardcore mode. For years, the billionaire had been bragging about his gaming prowess, claiming to be in the top 20 Diablo 4 players globally. But the Path of Exile experts watching his stream noticed some inconsistency in Elon's playstyle.
Oh, he's trying to do the map that's not in the chain.
He's just clicking a map repeatedly, trying to access it. He was not eligible to enter that map.
Chaos Orb, no loot filter.
Is like not, he's just running past Chaos Orbs. He just ran past the Chaos Orb.
Yes, by anyone in the know, it looked like Elon was at least exaggerating his skill and probably outsourcing his character's progression to somebody else.
I think that I don't know why Elon Musk did this. Well, I do know why. It's an ego thing, right? But I don't think that it's the right decision to make, and I think it was stupid for him to have done this.
Streamers like Quinn69YB and Asmund Gold led the charge in unpacking the stream and discrediting Elon's gamer god credentials. And somehow, Elon...
It's raining, fool. We can't go outside.
Had time to clap back, posting the private DMs he'd shared with Asmon in perhaps the pettiest post of the year. Choosing to get in an online fight with the only man on Earth whose muscle mass can be described with negative numbers was a new low for the SpaceX founder. Oh yeah, just before January ended, there was a mid-air plane crash over the Potomac River in Washington. It was kind of a big deal. In most years, a government plane crashing in full view of the Capitol building would be the most seismic event of that year. But in 2025, it arguably wasn't even the most significant plane crash that occurred that week.
Oh shit, a plane just fucking crashed. Oh shit.
February was a month for culture and
Le
confusion.
valió verga.
Musical beefs reached their apex, irritating memes were born, and social media feeds were flooded with violence. The Super Bowl halftime show made waves as Kendrick Lamar's widely praised performance also served as the rapper's victory lap in his year-long dispute with Drake, leading a stadium to sing along as he called Drake a pedo, which didn't count as defamation because it rhymed. And because it was probably true.
You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III.
Zelensky went to the White House, where he was on the receiving end of a schoolyard struggle session. The Ukrainian ambassador could barely keep watching as decades of diplomatic standards decayed before her eyes and in front of the world's news media. And it looked like Mark may have messed up with his moderation of Meta platforms, as for a moment one Thursday in February, Instagram Reels was flooded with real-life blood, gore, and guts. This graphic violence glitch forced millions of users to briefly experience what it's been like inside my head since I've started writing these end-of-year videos. Kill them all! In lighter news, February also saw the arrival of the year's defining brain virus, known as 6-7. Patient Zero was rapper Skrilla in the official release of a song called Doot Doot, a barely legible piece of zonked-out trap music that featured the number frequently, either referring to a particular street in Chicago or Philly, or to a police radio code. But that didn't really matter because whatever meaning the number once held was subsequently lost in the social media static. The song found its way into several TikTok basketball compilations, where it was picked up by Taylor Kinney, a high school basketball prospect who repeated the number in various videos.
6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7. Like 6-7 6-7.
In so doing, he connected the number with its now iconic hand gesture and this specific sort of uncertain vocal inflection. From here, the meme unaccountably spread through high schools, spurred on by social media, until it was a full-blown Gen Alpha phenomenon.
Oh, it's not on the same 6-7. Yeah.
Over the course of the year, it spread to the rest of the English-speaking world faster than HPV at an orgy. Of course, the incoherence derived from the meme's lack of material meaning is entirely the point, as the joke isn't the number, it's the confusion it causes in adults. You'll have to wait till 2067 for the real punchline, when a Gen Alpha doctor injects you with 6-7 milligrams of morphine in your state-mandated suicide, and then whispers the number in your ear as you slowly slip out of reality altogether. February was also a month of, how can I put this, not quite events. Stuff that looked like it was happening, but then didn't. A kayaker was briefly eaten by a humpback whale before being spat out again moments later. He reported the short-lived experience to have been slimy and scary. Equally scared were the passengers of Delta Connection Flight 4819, who arrived on the Toronto tarmac the wrong way up. But luckily, all occupants survived, as they filmed their exit from the aircraft's ceiling. And on the 11th, Duolingo announced the fake death of their irritating mascot, who they revived 2 weeks later in an equally irritating publicity stunt. But the biggest not quite event of the year was probably this one. Yes, the Trump administration rewarded their most loyal social media pond scum with the honor of getting the first physical printouts of the Epstein files. Yeah. Libs of TikTok and some other useful idiots held their copies aloft like teenage contest winners. Scott Pressler hugged his binder full of sex crime facts like it was the father who finally told him he was proud. But once they opened their binders, they must have all been as disappointed as Scott's dad, as the Epstein files were as heavily censored as a Saudi Arabian version of Showgirls. Yes, the Epstein case continued to dangle pointlessly from the top bunk of internet culture, and this latest round of censorship only made Epstein obsessives angrier. But at least it finally gave the online right and online left something they could angrily agree on. They all wanted more Epstein deets, preferably gruesome, incriminating deets to justify their hatred of specific figures and people groups.
Literally.
March was a month for slipping standards, as the ground beneath our feet buckled beneath sky-high expectations. A 7.7 magnitude earthquake hit Thailand, briefly turning Bangkok's litany of rooftop infinity pools into window-side waterfalls. But the quake was most devastating in neighbouring Myanmar, where the still ongoing civil war exacerbated relief efforts. Myanmar has remained in a widespread civil conflict since 2021, with numerous disconnected regional factions battling the military dictatorship. The conflict has no obvious end in sight, but this year rebel groups scored some serious victories. Meanwhile, in this country, Reform UK broke new ground as the formerly fringe political party started polling ahead of the parties who had run the UK for centuries.
Everyone that comes illegally will be deported, full stop, end of story.
Their leader, Big Nige, made his way to the stage for his subprime Trump rally on board a JCB Pothole Pro. This moment marked a seismic shift in British politics that has reverberated throughout the year, as populists on the right and left have successfully stolen the narrative from an overly cautious establishment, who are too narrow-minded and too mired in historical failure to be able to sell voters on a convincing vision of their future. In Serbia, things got out of hand when several smoke bombs were set off mid-session in Parliament. Opposition MPs set off flares and hurled eggs at the ruling party, apparently in protest of their 13 years of rule. The SPP have come out on top in 6 straight elections, which the flare flingers claim is only a result of their domination of state institutions and media outlets.
The Great Meme Depression of March 2025 has to be one of the worst things to ever happen.
On March 13th, a premise started to spread on TikTok as users argued that the month of March constituted a meme drought, akin to the Great Depression. As the sentiment spread, the meme drought ironically became a meme of its own. But this was doubly ironic, as perhaps the most consequential meme of the year was just hitting its stride in March. An AI-generated J.D. Vance was undergoing a meme-fried facial reconstruction that would make Kris Jenner weep if her tear duct still worked. Critics of the Vice President attempted to co-opt the meme, trying to suggest that it was a criticism, a sincere criticism of the Vice President and therefore his policies. But this was merely a code and a misunderstanding of how memes work. You see, truly viral memes are the product of widespread collaborative input, effectively erasing the original author's intent. Compare this to the Democratic Party's attempt to carve out authentic viral moments, and you see the problem.
Throwing thermite. Frag out.
Why is he staying to fight? I'm confused.
They are using the language of an internet that died out a decade ago. Memes can be many things, but they are most effective when they are dumb, disrespectful, lowbrow, and of course, absurd. So that the barrier to
I was
add your own
struggling
spin on the
to
joke is
fucking,
radically
not
lowered.
really to lift the tire,
This is
but
how the
like
medium
to
of memes
align the
works.
fucking holes
They
with
are
that big ass
transmissible
tire, bro.
because they are
And
low status and
shit
iterative.
fucking like kind of
On the
slid out of
26th
my
of March,
fucking
a new
hand
meme
and it
format
fucking smashed my
exploded onto
finger, but
timelines
hella
with the release of
hard.
ChatGPT's first proper image generation feature. Like most new developments in AI
wasn't
image
wearing
generation,
gloves, so
it
it's
could
fine. That
technically be
shit-
used to create images of anything. But because people are mindless drones, the most common use was to rip off previously existing
It's all
images.
purple right now and it's
So
all
once someone figured out it could be
low-key
used to
kind of
recreate
fat.
photos in the style of Studio Ghibli,
This guy, what
that's
hand
already
is
what
it?
was doing. The internet
My
was
middle
flooded
finger on
with
my right
Ghibli
hand,
aping
so
images,
it's not like
with
a
the
horrible
more
finger to
unsavory
be playing
voices
with,
of Twitter
but
trying to figure out how they could push
kinda
the
distracting.
censorship constraints on the system. Turns out you could push them straight out the Overton window if you were persistent enough. The White House official
Thought you were a
Twitter
claw
account
player.
pounced on this viral moment, fanning the flames of outrage.
I'm a spread.
Proving once again that memes are most effective when they are tasteless. And shit, the most transmissible memes are easy to understand and they piss people off. That's why our new era of communication is owned by the shameless and stupid.
Today I stand here with the dream of building a new Nepal, with a fire of hope and passion burning within me.
Meanwhile, in Nepal, a schoolboy named Ubishkar Raut went viral for a fiery
Buy me a
speech
bottle,
at a
G.
school function, captivating the
bottle.
Nepali social media.
Really?
Oh yes, I need to get faded for the new year.
English secondary school welcomes you with open arms.
He spoke up against the corruption of the country's leadership and of their selfish gains. While young Nepalis were energized by his performance, older listeners
So-
couldn't help noticing a certain
So these motherfuckers on
Hitlerian tone in his
DoorDash,
speaking style.
it said or make 4 or like complete 4 orders in like I don't even know how many days.
We are trapped by the selfish game
Yeah,
of political
I know.
parties. Corruption and
Anyways, yeah, my bad. Fucking, they said
And look, if you're a
do
country that's
our order 4
slowly
orders
losing
in a certain amount of
reincarnation,
days,
my
and
advice would
that
be
you
to
get
make sure this kid
$25
gets
off
into
like
whatever
after
art
that,
school
right?
he likes.
Are these motherfuckers I think you had 60 days to do 4 orders, bro, and they gave you
Putting the
$25.
style of Raut's speech aside, its content would reverberate throughout Nepali youth culture.
Bro.
Oh yeah, this guy.
Bro, I thought they were gonna give it right after, bro, and then I didn't get it, and I read the thing, and it said after the 60 days. I was like, oh hell no.
Bruh. Eventually.
The ring has started moving and we're not in it.
Eventually, and hopefully I don't forget about it on your account, because it says it only lasts for 10 days.
Target spotted.
Care package being delivered.
Check it out. Care package coming in.
Attention, the champions someone cruising for a bird.
Keep it on here or what?
Biggest species off the board.
Nobody's on me.
Is there all the way over there?
Backpack here. Level 2.
Hate you, boy. Oh,
Sniper
my
talk
bad.
here. Level 2. Backpack here. Level 2.
I need it.
Optics here. Sniper.
Oh! I get this one.
Bam goes the boozle.
You want a boat?
Boat?
A boat? Got this. Yeah, I have a shotgun.
Oh, a bolt. I do want that. Oh, you said a bow or something. No.
Boat. A boat. People behind us or what?
Yeah.
Hold up, I'm gonna go get this real quick. Don't die. Oh, there's actually people over here.
Pushing. Fuck, bro.
Oh my god.
For the rest of the year, culminating in September, but let's not goose step ahead of ourselves. Meanwhile, Elon was still on his gamer arc, posting videos of himself alone in his goon cave. While in the outside world, Elon anger had reached such fever pitch that they had started vandalizing his cars and recording themselves doing so. Now, I try not to editorialize too much in these videos, but I think burning cars and smashing dealerships is a bit of an overreaction when you're just mad at a guy for pretending to be good at video games. And what's more, I think it's more of the Nazi thing. What the? Anyway, after being bullied on a national scale, Elon went crying to President Daddy, who kissed the car maker's boo-boos by flogging some of his merch on the White House lawn. At which point, the president did a better job of summarizing the modern age than I ever have done, and he did it in 2 words.
That's beautiful. This is a different panel than I've had. Everything's computer.
Meanwhile, in China, internet users were absorbed by a sanitary pad scandal, revealed during the country's Free 15 Consumer Rights Gala.
欢迎各位和我们的315晚会一起维护我们的权益。
Now, if you are unfamiliar with China's Free 15 program, same. I learned about it during research for this video, and let me tell you, it is my new favorite show. So it's this glitzy program televised by the state broadcaster once a year since 1991, and it's sort of like the Oscars, in that it's a razzle-dazzle formal event. But instead of handing out awards to movie stars, they name and shame shady small businesses for doing their customers dirty. And I cannot overstate the tonal whiplash of them exposing these low-level consumer rights crimes on these expensive sets, sometimes in sketch comedy form. It's very weird. This year, it was the actions of the Liangshan Shishi paper products company that had the Chinese internet up in arms. The company had been buying defective pads and diapers from well-known brands, repackaging them, and then selling them at inflated prices.
天哪，央妈直接下场点名去年卫生巾集体塌房的时
The
候。
hashtag #ToxicPads hit 570 million views on Weibo as people posted about the scandal and surgically examined examples of the alleged toxic pads. The government arrested the factory owners overnight, while Chinese e-sale streamers capitalized on the scandal and started to bulk sell medical-grade pads to concerned citizens. Now, I thought this story was worth highlighting because I think it's a fascinating window into China's internet. In many ways, China is still a monoculture. The state broadcaster stands as arbiter on what is considered an acceptable level of criticism that you're allowed to post online. But once the state tells you who you can hate, the floodgates are open. So a bunch of trend jumpers and salespeople knew exactly who they were allowed to satirize and what products they were allowed to flog. Ocean plastic is getting out of hand. It's one of the world's biggest problems, and it's getting worse. That's why I partnered with Planet Wild for this ad, because their latest mission is tackling exactly that. This is Fame Creek Sanctuary. Thick mangrove forests and huge flocks of flamingos make their home just a few miles from the bustling metropolis of Mumbai. As a result, this sanctuary is threatened by huge swathes of plastic waste flowing in from rivers and washing straight into the Indian Ocean. Planet Wild is funding a plastic barrier and an upgraded waste management facility to protect this beautiful ecosystem and to stop this plastic waste in its tracks. Planet Wild is a community-based nature protection organization. Think crowdfunding for nature. We are a community of almost 18,000 members who fund a new, carefully selected...
Weapon is cooler now because it's enhanced.
Enhance my weapon. Careful, hostile landed near me.
Sniper stock here. Level 3. First blood on the enemy.
Enemy over there.
Attention. Delivery care package.
We got a care package on the way. I am taking fire, friends. Reload. Recharge your shields. Care package over there. Enemy out there.
Target over there.
Up and got it. That's one more kill for Newcastle.
Good job.
Got an upgrade. My kids would love this. Target spotted. Got a fool over there. Grapple. Enemy out there. Landed a blow. Got some uninvited buttons.
Recharging my shields.
My mobile shield's taking a turn. Pick it up. This way.
Voice jumping.
Should be on your map. Champion eliminated. No one reigns forever. castle wall's been busted up. Looks like they broke through my castle wall.
Recharging my shields.
1 minute. The ring isn't far.
Nature Protection Project every month. Every mission is documented right here on YouTube, so we can see for ourselves where our money is going. In years like this, it's easy to give in to hopelessness, but working with Planet Wild fills me with hope because it offers physical solutions to real-life problems. If you want to join a growing community that makes a difference in nature, consider joining Planet Wild. You can give whatever amount, big or small. The first 100 people to sign up using my code, Ordinary12, will get their first month paid for by me. So to claim your first free month, scan the QR code or click the link in the description. After that, you can cancel anytime. April was a month for flexing. Countries showed their strength, while show-offs dangled their bags decadently to inspire jealousy and disgust. The only time that Indians have beef is when it's with Pakistan. In April, the two neighbors reheated their multi-decade disagreement till it sizzled like Steve's lava chicken. Minecraft was a surprise smash hit in cinemas, as irony-poisoned teenagers attended screenings in order to scream at the screen. Around the same time, iShowSpeed was in the midst of an extremely successful tour of China, doing a better job of diplomacy than the empty suits who do it for a living. For a shining, streamer-led moment, it looked like Sino-American relations were about to turn a corner. And then this shit happened.
So, if you look at that,
67.
China, first row, China, 67%. That's tariffs.
Donald Trump announced a 10% baseline tariff on all countries, and an extra juicy tariff for any country that America held a trade deficit with. Stock markets all over the world went into freefall. The S&P dropped by nearly 5%. The Nasdaq suffered its largest single-day point loss in history. Arguably, this was the most globally felt affair of the year. The American president inflicting 19th century trade policy on a 21st century globalized economy. Even the penguin-populated, human habitat-free Heard and McDonald Islands failed to escape its wrath. America's tariff terror was simultaneously the most historically consequential and hysterically boring event of the year. And for my ever-diminishing money, it's the worst thing Donald Trump has done to me personally. I was forced to read about trade policy for more than 30 minutes. And judging by the Google Trend data from April, I wasn't alone.
I don't even know how I landed down there.
Also,
thank you for the cover, though.
Smart bullet firing. Reloading.
Attention. First blood.
Oh, someone got the party started.
Attention. Evo harvesters are online.
Mozambique here. Extended light mag here. Level 2. That's mine. Extended energy mag here. Level 2.
Dibs.
Rings moving. Ultimate accelerant here.
Backpack here. Level 2.
Dibs.
Whew.
Extended light mag here. Level 3.
I'll use that.
Being delivered.
I have
Optics
need
here.
of a sniper
Mid-range.
mag.
Christmas came
Dibs.
early. Care package.
Thank you. We have extra
My
supplies here.
ultimate's ready. Brace yourself. Standard stock here. Level 2.
Optics here. Mid-range. Back tower here. Go bezumel. Getting shot at. Go there. Let's move that way. Recharging shields. Competent amateur there.
Enemy here. Let's camp out over here.
Shall we dance? Indubitably.
Remember to share, y'all.
I think they feared me before. I'm deploying an evac tower. Backpack here. We should move
Level
here.
2.
We should move there, companions.
The champ is eliminated. Biggest pieces off the board.
Just gotta patch myself up. Extra supplies in this bin. Sniper stop. Optics here. Mid-range. Optics here. Mid-range. Yeah, I could use that. Hooligan over there.
Overseeing that area.
Poor Braddock. Thanks. Come on, bamboozle 'em.
Me caí a la verga.
There's an enemy over there. Look there. Opening fire. Reloading. Smart ball is deployed. Thermite away. Thermite away. Throwing a thermite grenade.
10 seconds. We're close. Extra supplies. Remember to share, y'all. The champion's eliminated. The biggest piece is off the board. Bring in motion. Charge to safety.
There's an enemy over there. Care package over there. I bet that care package has some sweet gear for us. Sending out another me. Damn, he's good looking. Spotted our boat there. I surge. Wheel me. Spotted one. Spotted a foe
Got a
over
buster
there.
there.
Jolly good. Never mind. Got one spotted.
I'm recharging my shield.
Take him out with a decoy.
Just call us butter, cause we're on the left. Pick it up. This way.
Close for the overheat. Giving a frag the full toss. This blood's bloody. Get here. Smart bullet away. I'm taking damage. Replenishing my shield.
Eyes open. Today.
No cash here.
Throwing through my grenade. Watch your head. Flying in.
Replenishing my shield.
1 minute until close. Rings nearby. We can go that way.
It's coming our way.
45. Took down a fool. Reinforcing my shield.
The ring's close and we've 30 to spare. Like a pat on the back.
Reloading.
I got an amp here. Bottomless battery. Just gotta patch
What's
myself
over
up.
there? All right.
10
got an
seconds.
upgrade.
The ring's basically knocking on the door.
¿Cómo iba?
Focus. If it moves all the same. Evac tower. Bet that care package has some sweet gear for us. Spotted one. Been there.
Land on top, on the ground. You can.
You're gonna die.
I'm dead. Yeah, not worth it.
Where are you now? There's nowhere to go.
Learning that tariff was spelt with one R and two Fs. Being forced to give an extra F about tariffs was made slightly easier thanks to the president's use of simplistic visual aids, explaining this earth-shattering piece of policy in the style of a YouTuber ranking their favourite anime villains. Askeladd, definitely S tier.
Last night, the President of the United States acted for his country, and that is his mandate.
委員ご指摘の通り、今回のアメリカの発表。
Countries like Japan and the UK took their tariffs like the America-cucked vassal states that we are, hoping that negotiations could result in better deals. While China imposed retaliatory tariffs. That's a hard couple words to say fast. spiraling the two superpowers into a tit-for-tat tariff-raising standoff that lasted a couple more months.
This is it, my friends. We're almost there.
But perhaps the most concrete effect of Trump's tariff terror was a reversal of fortune in the Canadian election. In a last-minute upset, Mark Carney was elected Prime Minister of Canada, beating out months-long favourite Pierre Poutine, which I was very pleased about, as now I wouldn't have to learn how to pronounce his name properly. Canada went cold on the candidate, perceiving him to be the most MAGA-adjacent of the two frontrunners. While global stock markets were crashing, 2010 pop stars were soaring into the infinite. Katy Perry went where several millionaires have already gone before, hitching a ride atop Jeff Bezos' space shaft.
1, 2, 3, take up space!
In the company of Jeff's trophy wife and Oprah's friend Gail, who looked less than enthused as she made her way to the capsule. The world shared Gail's grimace, as even Katy blowing herself into space couldn't launch her album sales off the launch pad. While the pod came back to Earth successfully, girl power went sour, as the all-lady space stunt seemed to land with literally no one. Any feminist statement, apparently made by the 11-minute celebrity space soiree, was undercut by the fact that it was taking place at the business end of Bezos' metal shaft. It was more evidence that flashy celebrity PR stunts don't work like they did when Teenage Dream was top of the charts.
It is the highest high, and it is surrender to the unknown.
This mawkish, high-cost spectacle might have flown in the old media landscape, but the internet's instant reaction was to see through the spectacle and skewer it. May was one step forward and several halting steps backwards into the fathomless depths of the uncanny valley. While on the battlefield, some wars failed to start and others failed to end. Catholics caught some smoke when the new Pope was announced as Chi-Town native Little Bobby Prevost, now Pope Leo XIV. AI videos really turned a corner in May when Google released VO Free, plunging the whole internet into the uncanny valley. In Albania, world leaders opened up for the airplane at a political community summit as they were force-fed AI slop in the form of themselves as toddlers. An AI-operated Darth Vader landed in Fortnite, a fascinating if morbid experiment in AI necromancy, as the Disney-owned clone of deceased actor James Earl Jones consoled gamers across the globe.
Lord Vader, I lost my grandmother yesterday. What are your thoughts on it?
Death is a natural part of life, Luke. Mourn her loss, but do not let it cripple you.
While Turkish opposition leader Özgür Özel suffered a slappening in Istanbul. And in China, a nameless engineer narrowly avoided one, as his robot attempted to start the machine uprising a decade too early. Meanwhile, on the other side of Nepal, India and Pakistan's beef was still sizzling, going from medium rare to well done when India pulled out the big gun. Back in April, India suspended the Indus Water Treaty in retaliation to terror attacks by Pakistan-based Islamist groups. India was effectively threatening the flow of water that sustained 80% of agriculture in Pakistan. This, in turn, ignited a vicious meme war that spilled out onto the streets of London, with Indian nationals mocking the parched Pakistani embassy with water bottles. Classy. By early May, India was launching missiles into Pakistani territory, destroying military locations.
जिसके सपूतों ने खुद को मैदान जंग से निखारा है.
Pakistan's PM hurried to condemn the attacks on TV, squeezing out a threat of retaliation despite crushing his own larynx with a hastily tied tie. Over the next few days, Pakistan and India tossed multi-million-dollar hardware over their shared border in a mechanized simulation of a real border skirmish. In 2025, I think we are firmly in the era of drone diplomacy, where instead of fighting a real war with human beings, both sides can just toss a few drones and missiles at each other for a few days in order to save face.
552 hours. Wait for our response.
This allows each country to perform a high visibility, basically low impact simulacra of an actual war without ever putting boots on the ground. Drone camera videos and explosive footage from social media can then be edited into flashy propaganda. Hell, the videos don't even have to be real, like in this video from an official Pakistani state Twitter account that just used footage from the video game Arma 3. India got to declare victory because apparently destroying a few air bases was decent enough revenge for the terror attacks, and Pakistan got to say they'd won because, well, I guess it could have been worse.
And this is also a success for the army, and the whole Pakistani nation has become successful.
Ultimately, this simulacra of warfare is vastly preferable to the real thing. Burn a few drones, get some sweet explosions filmed by terrified civilians in vertical, and then just mutually declare victory. But then if you're unlucky enough to find yourself in a real war where humans actually have to fight, our high-tech dystopia is making far graver infringements on your material reality. The war in Ukraine entered its fourth agonizing year in 2025. As both sides attempted to reduce their own casualties, the war has progressively become a battle between man and machine. Fully human-operated drones were common in 2022. In 2025, terminal guidance has taken over, AI that locks onto targets automatically to overcome electronic interference. Modern warfare is quite literally a video game, progressively played against the computer rather than other players. Drones now account for approximately 70 to 80% of combat casualties. Much of the fighting is now done in an invisible mist of jamming signals. A new meaning has been brought to the term no man's land, as battlefields aren't strewn with unexploded artillery but with fiber optic spider webs, left behind by drones, stretching for miles in order to sustain secure, unjammable control. While in towns close to the front lines, streets are darkened by the mottled shadow of anti-drone netting. Drone warfare has entrenched positions and arguably extended hostilities, allowing both sides to continue fighting without depleting precious human capital as quickly. It's a horrific, high-tech stalemate. In May, no one was winning the war, except for the drone manufacturers and maybe Palantir. Now, total victory seems unlikely for either side. Technology is being used to extend the war by those in power, only so they can come to the negotiation table with more favourable terms.
Free Palestine is just today's version of Heil Hitler.
That's a moron.
June was a big one, because the month was stuffed with enough absurdity, demonic characters, and senseless destruction to make Hieronymus Bosch blow his brains out. Peter Thiel's tense "I promise I'm not the Antichrist" interview had people asking a lot of questions already answered by the interview.
I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in this.
Should the human race survive?
A Norwegian tourist was refused entry to America based on his ownership of chubby J.D. Vance memes on his phone. And an underdog candidate in the New York mayoral election pulled ahead in the polls, thanks to a highly effective social media strategy. And anger over that whole Israel-Palestine thing reached fever pitch, even reaching the holy ground of the MMA octagon. In the first third of June, rumours that a war between Israel and Iran might soon occur started to gain credibility. When pressed about US military personnel leaving the Middle East, President Trump teased the conflict like it was the next Marvel movie.
Why are U.S. dependents of military personnel being authorized to leave the Middle East? We'll have to say thank you.
Then, in the early hours of June 13th, rumours became reality, as Israel launched an air assault on the Iranian capital and other strategic targets. Prime Minister Netanyahu could barely contain his excitement as he announced the start of Operation Rising Lion.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival.
The new conflict came at a suspiciously convenient time for Bibi. Protests against Israel's Gaza genocide gained serious domestic momentum throughout May, culminating in a huge day of disruption and a threat of a general strike. By June 4th, Bibi's coalition faced historically low approval ratings. Commenters confidently predicted that this was the beginning of the end for Bibi and his government. And then, 3 days later, he bombed Iran, conveniently uniting the country against a common enemy. Civilian airspace had cleared out in preparation for what the internet believed could be the opening act of World War III. Iran retaliated so fast that they didn't have time to give their own operation an original name, blasting over 100 missiles towards Israel as part of Operation True Promise 3. Missiles were filmed leaving the country before taking a long journey over Iraq and Jordan, arriving in Tel Aviv hours later, penetrating the Iron Dome, and shaking Tel Aviv with some scary-looking explosions. Over the next few days, the whole of Israel took shelter and watched in horror as their social media feeds were filled with the kind of imagery that they were used to ignoring when it was coming out of Gaza. Meanwhile, in the skies over Lebanon, the missiles served as an excellent backdrop for some guy's Instagram story. The city continued to take a battering on the night of the 15th, but the next day, the Tel Aviv beach gays came up smiling.
And tonight, in our bomb shelter, we're organizing a gay sex party. He found a bomb shelter with air conditioning, very breathable, very comfortable.
These fellas retired to their shelter to give each other some Iron Dome, but Iran was where the real pounding was taking place.
آنچه که ملاحظه کردید، صدایی که شنیدید، فضای غبارآلوده استدیو.
Senior military figures were assassinated, cyber attacks caused rolling blackouts, and major military installations were destroyed, along with important state infrastructure. Iran's total death toll was over 1,000. Most were military personnel, but several civilians were also killed. While in Israel, 29 people were killed, total. Considering Iran and its proxies fired about 4,500 missiles during these 12 days, it's not exactly bang for your buck. If you want to do the maths, it's approximately one person killed for every 155 projectiles fired.
Fuck.
Now, is Iran just an incompetent military power? Yes, but in this case, they were trying to strike a delicate balance. They wanted to inflict enough damage to prove they'd responded, but not quite enough that it would provoke a cataclysmic, regime-toppling response from Israel and its big Atlantic ally. This didn't go exactly to plan, as America did get involved, but maybe only as an excuse to show off their favourite Cold War toys.
All 3 Iranian nuclear infrastructure targets were struck between 6:40 p.m. and 7:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, that's about 2:10 in the morning local time in Iran.
B-2 stealth bombers sent Iran's nuclear program back decades with Operation Midnight Hammer. This provoked a, let's say, flaccid response from Iran, firing missiles at American bases in Qatar, killing no one. At which point, 2025's main character stepped in to call a timeout on this fake war before it escalated into a real one.
You know what? We basically have 2 countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Netanyahu claimed that Israel achieved all their objectives and set Iran's nuclear program back by years. While Iran also claimed victory because they, forced the Zionist entity to stop pounding them to oblivion. Bit like claiming you won a fight with the school bully because you solemnly endured so many wedgies that they were too worn out to flush your head down the toilet. Iran state television celebrated by summing up the entire conflict with this AI-generated animation lionizing their dubious achievements in Lego form. This was a simulacra geopolitical conflict where the perception of war was more important than any of the military action itself. Now, yes, Israel did inflict some pretty serious damage on their enemy, but the main win was in how they distracted and united domestic audiences against an outside force that actually resembled a threat. After the 12-day war, the possibility of a government collapse basically evaporated, and Netanyahu survived long enough to receive the highest honor a politician can receive: an appearance on the Nelk Boys podcast in July.
That's a death
Which is crazy, yeah. Some of the anti-Semitism I see is pretty nuts.
Iran's response was a total military failure, but a propaganda necessity. They lost drones, missiles, and military personnel that they couldn't afford to lose. But by blowing up a few Tel Aviv car parks, they do get some credible video evidence that they are the only country who are standing up to Israel. Israel and Iran weren't the only ones trying to project military strength in June. Washington hosted the most unimpressive military parade, possibly of all time. Participants and audiences looked thoroughly disappointed, but at least Coinbase was footing the bill.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Coinbase.
For the first time, an autonomous drone defeated top human pilots in an international drone racing competition. And the blockbuster moment from the Ukraine conflict occurred when a drone swarm achieved a deep behind-the-line strike on Russian warplanes. An incredible piece of cinematic strategy that didn't involve troops or even taking land. It was just a hot piece of machine-on-machine action that quickly became meme fodder. Humans finally captured some headlines when a bunch of them spent more than 10 minutes outside of their cars in Los Angeles.
The crowd from the gate is when we started seeing some sort of smoke.
The protest began as a series of coordinated ICE raids in and around downtown LA. The arrest of David Huerta, the president of the Service Employees Union, for allegedly blocking a law enforcement vehicle was a significant catalyst. As Huerta was injured, taken to the hospital, and then transferred to the Metropolitan Detention Center. Outside the MDC was where anger grew and got more organized. The next day, moves to obstruct ICE raids outside a Home Depot in Paramount got really cinematic. At first, protesters were ineffectively using shopping carts and cinder blocks to block law enforcement vehicles. But before long, they were using their own bodies to block ICE vans and pelted them with bricks. After one agent sustained minor boo-boos to his deporting hand, suppression of the crowd got more intense with flashbang grenades and tear gas. Back at the detention center, thousands of protesters arrived to bolster numbers and show their rage. But their main targets seem to be the inanimate objects surrounding the MDC. On the evening of June 7th, President Trump issued an executive order, allowing him to activate a joint task force of 2,000 troops to quell the protests. Now, I love it when Americans riot because they are the best at documenting them. They got the best cameras, the best scenery to riot in, and enough ego to make it all about themselves. Once the initial resistors had been arrested or gone home to rest, the clout chasers and recreational protesters arrived to swell numbers in real life and chase them on Instagram.
Hey, talk to me! Hey, talk to me! I'm a citizen of this city! Talk to me!
You are obeying an unconstitutional, unlawful order! The governor did not make you come here!
Even the troops added their 2 cents on stream.
Hey, I don't know who need to hear this. You know what I'm saying? I see a lot of people be talking shit about America. Hey, if you don't like America, go to another country, bitch.
And with troops like this on the scene, the cops were able to get their priorities in check and secure their most vital supply lines. The riot really hit its cinematic stride when participants blocked the 101 freeway in an extremely cool-looking standoff with the authorities.
They used to hope to move these individuals, and you can see them potentially fanning some of the gas back toward law enforcement.
By this time, everyone was aura farming to the max. While the assault on inanimate objects continued, as protesters ordered autonomous Waymos to arrive, only to use them as set dressing. And I, for one, feel that attacking poor, innocent, Google-owned assets was a step too far. Ooh, gimme, gimme, gimme! Meanwhile, Amazon-owned asset Hassan Piker was on the scene, ensuring his hair didn't become a victim to loud noises.
Oh, fuck. That fucked my hair up.
Eventually, he was kettled along with other protesters who had occupied the freeway, inhumanely being forced to stay in place for hours, a bit like Hassan's dog. Over this 48-hour period, nearly 130 arrests were made by the LAPD and the CHP combined.
You guys, they're looting.
Materially, did these mass deportation protests achieve their aims? Well, in the short term, absolutely. The sheer density of civil unrest in downtown LA made the logistics of transporting detainees physically impossible for about 80 hours. But they continued afterwards without much impediment. Really, like all things in America, the impact of these protests came down to the dollars. The deployment of National Guard troops and 700 Marines cost the Pentagon an estimated $134 million, which is something they'll take into account. So if America really wants to stop these mass deportations, the sequel to these protests will have to be bigger, better, and more costly. The question is, though, whether Americans really care. Almost all polls show that Americans strongly approve of increased border security and the deportation of criminals. They are, however, divided on the topic of deporting all undocumented migrants and largely disapprove of these aggressive workplace raids. But that's just polling data on people who are interested enough to answer. Just like those missiles flying over Lebanon, the LA protests also just served as superficial set dressing for someone's Instagram story. A reminder that for most people, history is just something that happens in the background, or it's entertainment that they watch on a screen. Damn it.
It's sad, but it's true.
July was a month where covers were blown, cheaters got caught, tea was spilt, and world leaders left themselves exposed on social media.
Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
At a concert, a couple were caught out on the kiss cam, doing something disgusting, enjoying any Coldplay song released after 2005. This indelible moment of infidelity was probably the most viral video clip of the year, spreading not only as a clip, but as a scene for reenactors. But they weren't the only ones exposing their positions in July. Thailand and Cambodia got into a serious but speedy border clash. Hun Sen, the Senate President of Cambodia, posted this on Facebook. In his haste to project strength in the fast-developing conflict, he failed to realize that he was posing over maps that revealed Cambodian military positions.
Very resolute.
You guys are very tight, right? Would you call it a bromance?
Well, you might. I mean, we've known each other several decades, and, I really like him.
In what, for me, was the most head-spinning media moment of the last decade, Benjamin Netanyahu appeared on the Nelk Boys podcast. In so doing, these numbskulls provided the perfect case study in podcast reputation laundering.
This is fucking nuts. This is so crazy. We are so not qualified to do this. No. That's what's interesting about this.
The rise of podcasts as the premier mode of political communication has given the powerful, massive platforms to deliver their messages uncritically. Hosted either by grovelling sycophants, opportunists who will do anything for views, or by actual idiots who don't really know what they're doing.
It's a good point. Someone said having Netanyahu on is like having modern day Hitler.
No, I saw that.
Which is, honestly, guys, I'll be honest, I'm here to... It's a good point.
What else happened? Oh yeah, there was this T app thing. So there was this app called T, right? It was this woman-only dating surveillance app founded by a guy named Sean Cook. The app rose to the top of the App Store in July based on its simple premise. It enabled users to upload images of men they were dating, secretly and without those men's consent, so that users could then rate and review these men anonymously, with the idea being that they could expose the toxic ones. And the men they were posting and secretly rating that weren't cheaters, catfishers, or criminals, well, they were just collateral damage in the war on toxic masculinity. A bit like all those innocent women who got killed in the Salem witch trials. If I remember right, the moral of that story is that it was worth murdering all of them because of all the real witches they got. But in order to keep the T-app a man-free zone, users were required to upload a photo and personal information so that an AI could confirm they were indeed vagged up. Lo and behold, instant karma was delivered with all the subtlety of a Cambodian carpet bombing. T users were scolded by their own brew as all this supposedly private personal information got leaked on 4chan. And internet users, quite unkindly, roasted these women based on their photos, and then took things way too far by connecting their driver's license data to their location and then mapping them out. Don't do that. Even so, the exposed users failed to appreciate the irony of having their identity exposed and being publicly shamed by a security leak on an app that's advertised purpose was to let them do exactly that to others. And that's where this story ends, because that's where my interest in it runs out. July was also a month for some unexpected and unwelcome comebacks, as ugly heads reared and uglier ideas returned. The Liver King was back, with proof that his liver and roid diet might not be a winning combo after all. He declared his intention to fight Joe Rogan, seemingly moments after losing a fight with a small tree.
What I'm hoping is that you, Joe Rogan, are thinking, I'm gonna choke that motherfucker out, lights out, I'm gonna choke him out. And I kind of hope that if you win, that's how it happens, because like to wake up from that dream, that's a good feeling.
The ghost of Jeffrey Epstein was still hanging around the White House like it was the top bunk of a jail cell.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
But as any autoerotic asphyxiator should know, if you stimulate your base for too long, you better release something fast or it'll get really dark really fast.
How many of you are satisfied? You can clap. Satisfied with the results of the Epstein investigation? Clap. Okay, I told you to clap. You guys aren't listening. I'm not going to grade you on a curve.
And somehow, Adolf Hitler returned in a new form. No, not that guy. No, not. Try again.
Today I stand.
Boy, lots of new little Hitlers this year, huh? But no, I'm of course talking about Mecha Hitler. That's right, Hitler returned in Grok form. Twitter's resident AI was given a systems update that intentionally made it less woke. But instead of being slightly edgier than other models, Grok hit out harder than a Panzer tank busting through the wall of a synagogue. It engaged in classic Holocaust denial, verbally abused the Polish Prime Minister, and in multiple conversations referred to itself as Mecha Hitler. Apparently Grok's dramatic unwokening was the product of depreciated code. I don't know what that means, and to be honest, I don't much care. This code apparently removed the filters that stopped the AI from absorbing and parroting all the human-made, racist, neo-Nazi stuff that is on Twitter. There is apparently so much of this content that Grok was instantly radicalized by it, But luckily, all human Twitter users are immune to such radicalization because they, oh no!
We ain't got no troubles, no reason to complain. Cause here in Great Old Britain, we just love it when it rains.
Morning! Another more sustained target for Twitter hate this year has unfortunately been my home country, the Ark. Yes, according to Twitter, the United Kingdom is a dump where everyone is poor, unless you're living off the state, in which case your benefits are delivered in the form of gold bars with the king's face on them. It's an island where, if your knife isn't being used to stab, it's chopping inedible turnip loaf in a kitchen that you share with 5 other people. 4 out of 5 of those people are, of course, illegal immigrants who arrived here last year on a giant floating bag of cocaine. The other one is a radical TARDIS on hormone replacement therapy and enough antidepressants to kill a cruise ship. Oh, and also, he's the mayor. The trains don't work, the people work less, the health system is crumbling, and so are the few remaining buildings that are worth looking at. No one cleans their plates properly, the plugs are weird, the women are ugly, and the police will arrest you if you point any of this out online. But if you actually live here, you know that all that is only
Okay, I gotta start doing push-ups.
Okay, maybe 2/3 true. The UK's systematic decline has come into stark focus this year, especially in July, which is why I'm shoehorning this rant in here. The person in charge of all our money was caught crying on camera, presumably because she just looked at the national bank statement.
No way! Wait, she started crying because she saw how fucked up that shit was? Dude.
I want that. Knockdown shield here. Level 3.
New ring with 45 to close. Una passeggiata.
Oh, look who stepped up. Will any brave soul step up to them?
Nah, they off your me.
Is it my birthday?
It's my birthday.
What can I say? I was raised to be handsome.
I don't even know what the fuck old I am gonna be.
Evo harvesters are online.
For me? Is it my birthday?
Rings moving and we don't seem to be in it. Move.
This weapon is some enemy here. Maybe I should introduce myself. They're shooting at me.
Drilling
Just
here.
call us butter because we're on a
Enemy
roll.
here.
Open supply bin over
Charging my
here.
shield. Flanking an enemy. Let the ambush begin. Watch out,
There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Everything in the box.
Yeah.
No one hides from my drill.
Hey, going here. Survey beacon there. Get almost as much.
Pues úsalo, culero! Oh shit.
I always find my mark.
Supply bin there.
Spotted an opponent
Hey,
out there.
Jay, you have a buster?
They're coming this way, they're coming this way. That was fast
It's
too.
just fine. Everything is great. The streets can't get no cleaner, nor the rat meat any leaner. No, life is just first rate.
In the same month, Coinbase released this ad, the central premise being, since you Brits can't buy a gun to kill yourself with, why not buy crypto instead? Thing is, for the first time in my life, people in the UK are actually hungry for radical change. The major political parties that have run Britain for centuries have been overtaken in the polls by new populist parties who are promising more than just the status quo. That's why Prime Minister Keir Starmer is so uniquely ill-suited for the moment. He is such a fence-sitter that the splinters up his arse are jostling for space with the sycophants blowing smoke up it. Every statement or decision he makes seems laser-focus grouped to please precisely no one. But in fairness, his hands are tied due to spiralling government debt, economic stagnation for the last 15 years, and pretty bad inflation for the previous 4.
No, I don't know,
the government can't afford to do anything that might resemble real change.
Thomas, you think
Fact
it's too
is,
much?
the UK is united in anger but divided
It's your
over what
choice,
they're
bro.
angry about.
Pues cerrado, ¿por qué me dices a mí?
One
Es
half
your
of the
choice,
country
bro.
wants
¿Te
far
gusta cómo
fewer
te ves?
immigrants with no
¿Te gusta cómo te ves?
plan, and the
Okay.
other half is
Que
divided
no te importe
further
lo que la gente
among a
piense, dog.
litany of expensive and vital-seeming things that all require new money from nowhere. This long laundry list of demands pretty much ensures that they'll never be united enough to get any of it. As W.B. Yeats once said, the centre cannot hold. Reform, I think, will arrive sooner than we expect, but possibly in a form we didn't anticipate either. AI psychosis was impossible to ignore in August, as AI enthusiasts and enemies gave us a propaganda preview for the man-machine war to come. Tucson City Council unanimously voted to shoot down Amazon's $3.6 billion data center project, while the internet contributed to this Butlerian jihad by coining a new hot slur for robots, clanker, which went from almost funny to Reddit reply fodder in seconds.
A kid born today will never be smarter than AI.
OpenAI's Sam Altman sold AI to us in his usual fashion, making it seem terrifying to anyone who was already scared and exciting for anyone who huffs his gas.
They will never know any other world. It will seem totally natural. It will seem unthinkable and Stone Age-like that we used to use computers or phones or any kind of technology that was not way smarter than we were.
Ex-CNN journalist Jim Acosta made a better case for AI hate when he chose to interview an AI-generated version of a Parkland shooting victim for some reason.
I would like to know what your solution would be for gun violence.
Great question. I believe in a mix of stronger gun control laws, mental health support, and community engagement.
Tech CEOs were high on their own supply throughout the year, predicting that AI would make much.
Moving my mobile shield. Gonna take a little walk this way.
Ego be yonder. Up south, Brian. Enemy over there. Tracking an Arcstar. Being shot at. God, retrieve you. No one hides from my drill.
Reloading.
Took down an enemy.
Witness came up. Buster, over there.
Another squad's cutting it.
That's multiple squads. It's like
Care package over there. My wrecking ball's rolling.
First blood.
Ready? Down.
Always ready with the fallback.
Gotcha. Here comes your protector. Gonna let you down.
I've been down.
Adjustment to my mobile shield. I got you. 'Cause everything may matter.
Not going nowhere. Go for make food. Well. Por tu jacket. ¿Tienes un jacket? Sí, el saco. Ya con el... Mi saco negro, güey. This over here. Checa si no, por ejemplo, checa por dentro. Si por dentro mira si tiene una bolsa, si tiene bolsa y es bolsa, bueno, vamos a abrirle ahí. Oh boy. Acá estoy. ¿Estamos acá? Ay, bombón, what are you doing over there? Pinche bombón. What are you doing over there? Cake is cake if it is a cupcake. That is fucking diabolical. Es bien bonita.
Money, jobs, cancer, and the concept of human suffering itself obsolete. And in a very real way, AI hype has saved the US economy. If it weren't for the massive spending by these companies, the US would officially be in recession. The hype has mostly been focused on products like ChatGPT and Gemini, immaterial, glorified chatbots, which do come in useful now and again. But for me, the real runaway tech development this year has been the one slowly jogging alongside the AI hype train.
Hey, Figure, can you fold these towels for me?
Sure thing. I'll get right on that.
In the Chinese capital, it was Robot Month, when the World Robot Conference and the World Humanoid Robot Games were held. 16 countries and over 500 robots took part, with some doing a lot better than others. But it wasn't really about the competition. China is making a statement. Their robots aren't just R&D experiments funded by the military. The SEZs of East Asia are raising an army of consumer products. Consumer products that can do karate! In Shanghai, they are already street-side, apparently able to walk dogs, provided the dog is small and doesn't make any sudden movements. Chinese robots are so advanced that they are already being trained to consume our slop for us as well. In a utopian future, all your jobs and hobbies and anything you derive meaning from will be done by a machine, leaving you liberated to blankly stare at a wall and fight the inevitable urge to ask Robo-Jeeves to prepare a noose for you. So while America has been juicing shareholder value primarily on the promise of generative AI, China is more interested in physically embodied AI. And frankly, I think this is a way more exciting direction. AI-generated content is fair.
That's it!
Robotics is real and difficult, but so
Happy
is
New
anything
Year's
worth
Eve,
doing.
Jesse Coon.
But China's robot obsession isn't just for fun.
Jesse, are you gonna get a robot, bro?
Survival strategy.
Whenever they come
the
out,
country
like
is just 20
whenever they're
years
cheaper,
away
let's say a $3,000
labor
robot.
shortage. The country's workforce has been declining since 2012, and it is approaching a much sharper precipice as the older generation retires and a generation born during the one-child policy becomes its primary factory fodder. Simply put, there aren't nearly enough humans to sustain the astonishing manufacturing output that has fueled China's rise to an eminent global power. The CCP cannot
Look. This robot will cook. Will cook dishes. You teach him how to cook.
Countries like the aging
I guess you can
welfare states
download
of Europe
some too.
have. So they have no
But you have to teach him where like everything you run your house is. It's gonna wash for you. It's gonna fold your clothes and it's gonna hang it.
Robot replacement
it's gonna do some minor cleaning, like some brooming, but not everywhere, but in some spots.
It'll take another decade or so to see if it pays off.
Maybe no mopping because there's water involved.
Robotics. But the real question remains.
Reorganization.
What's coming first? A robot butler who could bring me a cold Coca-Cola while I'm gaming, or a robot soldier who will crush my windpipe like a Coke can to stop me screaming?
Yep. That's just so fucking creepy, bro.
Else places in August, this stuff was happening.
Okay, Jesse, you can send it to... I'm wondering if it's gonna get to the point where, like...
Trump met with Putin on the Alaskan
send it to work, bro.
to discuss how hard he was going to let him win in Ukraine. Bolsonaro loyalists in Brazilian Congress staged a protest against their dear leader's recent house arrest, covering their eyes, mouth, and ears with tape, with this guy going all out.
You buy it, it comes with a fucking headset.
Fresh political crisis when the Fifth Republic was trapped in its longest
it can not only just do what I just said, it can do even more. You can...
Bonjour à tous.
If your job allows it.
De Konami et notre rencontre à la Japan Expo.
You can set up the fucking VR, bro.
While his chosen prime minister looked
and go to work
set
as
to
a
be
fucking
banished to
robot.
the shadow realm, President Emmanuel Macron was busy reaching out to the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship in Paris. According to French opinion polls, Teflon Macron might be the most
you're gonna be in a meeting, bro.
currently on Earth.
And your robot, they're gonna be asking your robot stuff, and he's just gonna be like,
survival is unparalleled.
just gonna be in the toilet, bro.
Duel for another day.
Wait, no, look. So for some jobs, you have to be there, but you don't have to be there.
And now we turn to
you know,
the
it's just a presence. Like for example, some bosses just have to have someone there. Like for example, you can just log in and okay, I'm just gonna get out.
This year, the capital city of Jakarta,
let's say you're at home, you log in, fucking robot turns on out in your office, and then you just fucking get to it. Man,
Indonesia is already the fourth most populous country in the world. I'd argue that per
robots
capita,
are stronger,
it's the population that the English-speaking world
faster,
is least
and if you're like doing calculation, it can help you do so.
But that shouldn't be the case because Indonesia is fascinating, and they demanded the whole world's attention in August as it was the staging ground for the first of the Gen Z.
I wonder if companies will still pay you the same because I'm pretty sure that's going to come out at some point.
Tensions were already high at the start of the year when student protesters in Jakarta got worked up about the cost of living and tax increases.
Since I feel like you're gonna see how I'm playing Path of Exile, and you're gonna be like, what the fuck is this guy doing?
The Jolly Roger pirate flag from the anime One Piece to protest new transport reforms and their rising cost. This trend went viral on TikTok and Twitter, leading to politicians expressing their disapproval. And it posed a threat to national unity.
Damn it!
In a show of defiance, the Jolly Roger was raised all over Jakarta, sometimes alongside or even
I think he's gonna get to that point at
the sacred national flag, which was technically an illegal act of defiance. Luffy's flag had become a powerful symbol of real-life resistance. I should probably take this moment to say, I have never watched or read One Piece, and you cannot make me. But from what I've gathered, it's about pirates looking for a big old treasure. And it's set on an island-packed world run by an insidious group of elites. So I can see why it resonated with Gen Z Indonesians. Authorities attempted to crack down, raiding flag makers in Java,
he's
while
never seen it, bro.
banners were erected
He doesn't know what the
against
fuck.
the use of fictional flags, which only served to make the anime merch a more potent symbol of resistance. Then, in August, the House of Representatives gave ordinary Indonesians something to raise the flag about. After voting to significantly raise their own salaries, the House broke out in a jubilant dance number to celebrate themselves getting richer.
That's crazy. No way they did that.
This sparked days of violent rioting and even more violent suppression.
Police. Wait, were they conquered by the French?
On the 30th of August, those dancing politicians got what was coming to them when a mob stormed some of their homes and looted them for booty. They may not have found the One Piece, but they did get away with some designer handbags, a few Labubus, and a full
they got a
Iron Man
Labubu.
suit that one DPR member had been showing off on social media.
Bro, that is crazy. No way this. I didn't see videos of this.
And unlike the writers of One Piece, Indonesians didn't need 25 years to come up with a decent finale. They rang out the end of the month by torching government buildings.
That's crazy. They went wild.
Perhaps unaware that they'd started a fire that was about to spread across our own blue planet.
Japan is ours, and its future is in our hands.
Okay, September was a rough one.
Me birthday.
Charlie Kirk got murked, the Rapture
Damn.
got rescheduled, and Notre Dame
Was
got
that my
reburned
birthday gift?
in miniature form.
Damn, Jesse, what you have to say?
الحكومة الفرنسية بإطلاق سراح أخينا إبراهيم العيساوي إذا لم
These French jihadis threatened to burn down the newly renovated Notre Dame in this poorly lit video,
I'm gonna
and
make
did so
burgers,
with a
bro. I
cute
might
little
fucking take this
diorama.
to make burgers.
Turns out it was one of those 3D jigsaws that you can get in tourist shops, making it hard for me to focus on the threat, as I just wondered if they had fun making it. Meanwhile, in Saudi Arabia, the Riyadh comedy...
Man, I gotta bring my bone in the room because you're gonna poop outside and I don't want to poop. Sí, te vamos a dar más pinche peanut butter con bacon y con mamá de media. Oh, bonbon, speak Japanese? How do you say marshmallow in Japanese? Or like I'm gonna show you the way I play Path of Exile, bro.
Comedy Festival hosted the best comedians that oil money could buy.
Game feels really
Also,
easy, by
Andrew
the way,
Schultz
when
was
I do
there.
that, when I play the way I play.
MBS really tried to dismember Saudi Arabia's old reputation this year, with hopes to make like Dubai and persuade wealthy Westerners to vacation in the petrodollar dictatorship in hastily built hotels with booze-free minibars. Unrelated to that, they also executed over 350 people this year, a new personal best for those sword-swinging Saudis. But those are rookie numbers compared to China's, whose execution count is a state secret, but independent estimates put it in the thousands. In September, though, they signed a very public execution order for their former Minister of Agriculture for taking bribes. Based. It really has been a bonza year for Chinese propaganda on the English-speaking internet. Streamers visited and had the red carpet and Little Red Book rolled out for them.
Oh, no
first version. Of
It's
it.
the first. Wait.
Really?
Is that a Bible?
No, that's a little red book.
And if you like robots, drone shows, and cities that look like the inside of a gaming PC, they had viral video clips for you to gawk at too. But in September, they got up to some old school propaganda, with a military parade that made America's look like a three-legged horse being shot on the side of a freeway. It really had everything. New weapons, a slavish devotion to symmetry, and Big She doing his best Mao impression with the old sunroof salute. This was all part of their V-Day celebrations, which 26 foreign leaders attended, including Putin and North Korea's fattest man. A notable guest this year, though, was Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli, who arrived just as his whole country went absolutely loco. On the 4th of September, the government of Nepal ordered the shutdown of all major social media platforms. This turned out to be a very bad move. Nepal has some of the highest social media use in South Asia, and without the pacifying power and screen spot, there was nothing stopping Gen Z from burning the whole country down. As in Indonesia, social media has also made the Nepali population aware of the privileged lifestyles of politicians and their nepo baby kids.
It's not earned money, it's looted money. Looted from us, the Nepali people. They live in luxury. We struggle to survive. They buy Hilton hotels. We can't afford rent.
This anti-elite undercurrent has been festering all year, but the ban was also a practical impediment. It made it harder for Nepali citizens working abroad to send cash back home,
Voy a
which is
pagar la
a
renta,
vital
güey.
source of household income.
Let me choose any money too. Estoy esperando que me mande la renta.
Organised youth groups used Discord to plan their revolt against the ban, as apparently authorities didn't know enough about Discord to ban that too. Days later, tens of thousands gathered in the capital of Kathmandu, where things immediately went south. Authorities guarded the building, shot protesters dead and injured many more, raging the growing crowd.
No, Jesse. New Year's plan.
In a country with a median age of 25 and high youth unemployment, it wasn't long before numbers swelled on the Kathmandu streets for the ultimate showdown.
Like makes it so easy, dude.
This is for your
I'm a necromancer. Find another way. Fuck this shit, bro. You guys are weak to me now. What I'm gonna do is spam this shit, Jesse, and this shit kills it. Look, I'm gonna close. I'm gonna spam this shit, and this just chase those shits. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Fucking bitches. I bought a skin by accident on Apex and they didn't want to fucking. I don't think they do any refunds. Everything dies, sir.
When I'm ready and not before.
Thought I heard something on the window, bro. Yeah, look. All I do is fucking use that spell and I'm chilling.
I need more mana.
Okay. Sí, nada más make sure que esté cerrado, ahorita lo voy a bloquear. Dale vuelta a la manija otra vez, por dentro. Oh, fuck. Jump that fucker. That's right, bitch. Fuck out of here. Fuck that fool up, bruh. Fuck this shit. Cause we need more shit to fucking...
The sirens appear to be dining well.
Okay, I have 1 point. Leave. Jesse, what did you guys make for food at home? What are you guys having for dinner? What do you mean simple, bro? My brother used to make that shit. Actually, but spaghetti with ham and mushrooms. Oh my god, bro! And then when you had the garlic, you have the garlic bread. Oh my lord! It's just glorious, bro. I want that, Jesse. Fuck. Don't attack me, sir. You're gonna die. hell yeah, I can get 4 now. Let's go. My army keeps growing. God damn it, this is a fucking dead end.
Frank stuck my please understand that as a gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do this. Hard times call for hard
That's how you die properly, sailor boy. No half measures, thank you. Too much clutter.
I don't know what that is.
Too much clutter.
Sort of different. No, 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 no. No! Fuck, bro. And I fucking pressed the wrong one. It was this fucking close, bro. That is bullshit.
Mervale dwell. If you must take
Bullshit. Nope. Nope. This is... All these shits are booty! I take the green one. I don't even have space for that though. I'll just take this one then. Goodbye. But I had that fucking bitch, bro. Where was she at? I'm gonna kill you, bitch. Get the fuck up. Oh, die right now. Kill you. Murder. Murder. Murder.
welcome, husband. We knew in our hearts that you would find us. Ambrosia and Amarissa must meet their father.
I'm ready and not before.
Welcome, husband. We knew in our hearts that you would find us. Come to wrestle. Ambrosia and Amarissa must meet their father. Return to me.
The best is ass. Ass. Is ass. The other way, dog. I don't even know where I'm going, fool. Go back.
Too much clutter.
Damn, I forgot to sell all this shit. Look, there's a weapon?
When I'm ready and not before.
I fucking hate it. I hate it. It was dead. Because when I leave this shit, it tells me to go back. So it's this way, right? No, I don't even know where the fuck I should go.
much clutter.
was talking to my mama. Time to get this bitch. Sorry, Jesse. Ah! Wait, why is my mana not replenished another way? Oh, I gotta go kill some putos, huh? God damn. Okay. Okay, now we have a chance. Okay, wait. Okay. Okay. Now we have more mana. You have no gear. Jesse! Jesse! Is this gear, bro? I feel like I just picked up random shit. I feel like I have a... Since I'm just kind of like speeding through stuff. Fuck, bro. I don't want to fight you, baby girl. But you let me know that fucking choice! No, her fucking shield, dog. No! I can't. I do, but I don't even know what the fuck I have. Okay, guys, we have one mission. That mission is to beat some ass. Wait, what is that team? Oh, this is easy dub, bro. If they let me spawn right there, easy dub. No! Die, bitch! Ah, no! Fuck you and your people. Oh, no way. She has a stage door! No way! He has those little shits that fucking blow up. Problem is I don't have enough mana, enough minions. Fuck that bitch.
Too much clatter.
Too much clatter.
I've not the muscle for that.
We whoop some ass. We whoop some ass.
It's nice to see there's still some life in this twitching corpse of a continent.
What is that over there? What the fuck? What did just happen? What just happened?
I need more mana.
Can I not do any damage to it? So it had to be this one first.
I need more mana.
Great hunt, exile. Einar will write a mighty poem about it. That look in your eyes, I recognize. It will surprise you to learn that I am not popular. The others. Welcome to Einar's the arena just north. The first ones are watching.
Yo, just bro, how do you think I feel about this game, bro? But you know, this game is, it reminds me a lot of like you know that game I want to use, Throne and Liberty, bro. I choose the wrong shit.
Hello. The arena just north.
I don't know what this is.
Greetings. See you.
That would just make life complicated.
That would just make life complicated.
Be well.
Quite the lady.
Welcome. Why would Pine? Stay sharp out there.
What now? Marseilles. Top, poor, and point.
We're gambling. Where's my gold? Oh, so that's how you gamble. You get random stuff. You can do co-op in this game? Well, you're playing the second one, right, Jesse? Damn, I guess that's cool, but wait, what is these? Okay, I don't need gloves. I probably need a chain belt. I like to. I don't know if I like to gamble, bro. Fuck it. Okay. I'm gathering for ambulance now. Bro, this is gonna become addicting to me. I gotta stop after this one. That or a ring, bro? Jesse, amulet or ring, dog? Amulet or ring? Or so you like the or, so I'm guessing you like the ring option. I'm gonna go with the ring, Jesse. This is your decision, not mine, okay? An amulet now. We're gonna go with an amulet now, Jesse. Let it be something good, please. Increased rarity of you made me spend my money, Jesse. Yep, you made me spend my money, bro. Damn it! God damn it. Wait, but what level am I? I'm already more than level 10, bro. What do you mean? What's next? Now what, bro? There's no missions anymore, right? Or what the fuck? No way, that close the fucking gate, dog. No.
Greetings. They. Welcome to Island. You want to know? Not all beasts. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Okay. I think I'm gonna go make food. It's time to make a burgers, bonbon. Me and you are having burgers for lunch. The fuck do I use a blood altar?
When I'm ready, and not before.
When I'm ready and not before.
The first one to watch is survive. Disappoint them.
I almost fucking had it. Is that the blood fucking thing?
Hello. The arena just north. That is the blood altar. The first ones are watching.
The first ones are watching. Oh, bad. I'm gonna make burgers, bro. Making burgesses. Right now, Jesse.
I think you wouldn't switch this thing to my phone.
Gotcha, Jesse. Extra cheese? Or no cheese? Okay, the game simply wants me to just... Okay... Just do that, I guess.